Good afternoon and welcome to another night here. Well, it's another day here on the Sunday here in El Estadio Municipal de Miranda de Córdoba. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network for matches 23, 24 and 25 here this evening. And we're about ready to go to the all-important coin toss of the first match this evening between the Coimbra Knights and Marla Calanders. Sulaiman Saeed is ready for the coin toss.
Very quick. Comms test. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Tails it is. Okay, best of luck. Best of luck.
And news from the toss, well, the skipper for Marlow, Najam Shazad, he has decided to go ahead and bat in the first game. It'll be interesting how they go about things in the first game. Obviously coming off the back of 2 disappointing defeats against the Gamblers SC last night. So they'll be looking to turn things around pretty quickly here. And well, the Coimbra Knights led by Andrew Winter in this first game, they'll be looking to make amends for the last few days out in the tournament. They're looking to get some more victory points in this tournament. And they'll be looking to try and raise the standings as we go to the commentary box for the all-important first delivery in match number 23. And welcome to a very, very hot day here in Portugal. The temperatures, well, they're predicting hot weather, but I can tell you that I'm predicting some exciting T10 cricket here on the European Cricket Network. Welcome to match number 23 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal with myself, Charlie Hunt, here in the commentary box. And we've got an exciting first matchup here as Marlow Coladas coming off the back of a pretty disappointing day out yesterday with both bat and ball, losing both games by a pretty large margin to both games to the Gamblers SC. But they take on a more than up for it Coimbra Knights team here, and they're without the star man Junai Khan. As we take a look at the current teams and the lineups for this match number 23. Marlow obviously electing to bat first here. And so Andrew White comes into the attack alongside Lucky Patoa. And there's quite a mixed bag of names here for the Coimbra Knights, but then the Marlow team is pretty much as we expect to see them throughout this tournament. And they'll be looking to make a big comeback here. And a very warm welcome to everybody tuning in all around the world, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or if you're watching on FanCode in India. A very good evening to you. I hope you're all ready for an exciting evening of cricket here in Portugal. We're almost ready to get things underway, and we're going to see the opening spell of Deep Josan. Well, he wasn't able to take Coimbra Knights into a victory against Gorkha 11 in their previous match. It was a golden ball. He did half the job to get them there, but he wasn't able to get them over the line. But the two standing umpires for this match are the man on your screen at the moment, Gutus Tazen, and tournament referee. He is taking a spell out in the field. Suleiman Saeed is also the other on-field umpire, and I can just tell you that it's that hot today, 39-40 degrees at the moment, and the laptops all around for all of the crew just struggling to keep up with the heat. Plenty of liquids and fluids being taken on board today by all crew and players and spectators as well. Obviously 3 games this evening, so plenty of cricket. And obviously we're doing this at the exact same again tomorrow evening. So plenty of cricket to choose from here on the European Cricket Network. Obviously there'll be 7 games in total, but in this game I think it's going to be interesting to see how both teams take on the task of getting another victory. It's been a while for both teams. Both of them will be looking to make amends after their last times out. Vinny Fango say, okay, asking who is the guest. Well, I can tell you the guest won't be joining me in the comms box, but the guest will be joining me for the all-important and crucial challenge that was set after reaching 300,000 subscribers, but just to keep everyone updated, keep all our viewers updated. We're just having a bit of a delay in the start here. I think it is due to a technical malfunction. A very good afternoon to Waza, to Kirsty, to Vinny Fangirl as well, to Joy Abraham's vlogs as well. Nice to see everybody in the chat, and thank you ever so much for joining me here. And obviously we've got a bit of a different lineup for all teams. So no Junaid Khan, he is involved in the Kendall Cup, and I'm sure that those eagle-eyed viewers know what I'm talking about when I mention the Kendall. But we're ready to get underway, and it is going to be Deep Josan for the Coimbra Knights. This is an appeal. It's a good start. as the skipper, Najam Shahzad, opening up here with Mohamed Adnan, and we're underway. We're underway well if you're a Coimbra Knights fan. Just height, really. Najam Shahzad he's a pretty tall lad. That one just clipping into his thigh, but a good start from Josan, and this will be clipped into the leg side, and this time Shahzad is off the mark with a single. But it certainly is a scorcher of a day here in Portugal. We've obviously had many issues in Italy over the last 5 weeks with the heat, and obviously there's a serious heat wave. This is an outside edge, and it will just fall short. But it's well backed up by Aman Singh. So no, as I mentioned, no Janai Khan in this game for the Coimbra Knights. He is unavailable due to other commitments, but a good afternoon to Glenn Evans as well. And Sujit Yadav for sure. Hope you're all well. This is down the leg side, and new man Andy Balchin isn't able to prevent that from flying through, and they'll go all the way for a single. Kirsty just getting a bit mixed up. That's not actually Vinny, that's Vinny's fangirl. So it's not Vinny. It's one of Vinny's many fans. And this is another leg side, but they'll come through for a single, as Balchin isn't able to prevent this one again. And Deep Josan just struggling in the heat here. And this is hit, but hit well, and he's gone. Mohamed Adnan has to watch on as his skipper Najam Shahzad hits this, but hits this well, and it's a good catch by the man at mid-off, and the first wicket falls, and Marlow are 6 for 1. It's a great catch by that man there, Gurjit Singh. And an early breakthrough, and the Coimbra Knights are certainly feeling as if they're on top early. And Deep Josan is the man who gets the wicket. And a good afternoon to Chris Smith. Thank you ever so much for joining us here. You've come in at a very good time, as a wicket has fallen, and Marlo Calanders continuing in a pretty average fashion. Najam Shahzad hitting it well, has to be said. It went all the way through, and it was a good catch by Gurjit Singh. A new batsman is going to be given a freebie here. It's a no ball signalled by Sulaiman Saeed. Deep Josan getting this one all wrong. And it's a good delivery on the free hit, as the new batsman isn't able to quite get this away, but it's a good comeback from Deep Josan. Coimbra Knights under the different leadership of Andrew Winter in this game. This is outside the offside. It's a good take for Andrew Balchin, and a good end to the over. A good over for the Coimbra Knights. And at the end of the first, Marlow 7 for 1. But a good morning, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world, and to those watching on YouTube, do get involved in the YouTube chat. I know that there's many fans of European cricket around the world now. And you can take a look at the run rates at the moment by day. Slowly, we've had a good couple of last days, getting up above that 10 and over. the overall average is just around 9.3. So I reckon 95 is a par score here. As we're going to see Ravi Jaku taking the second over here for the Coimbra Knights. And a good afternoon to Girish Singh watching on his Coimbra Knights, as this is into the offside but straight to Andrew Winter. And Mohammed Adnan starts off with a dot ball here in the second. And this one stays low, but they will come through for the one run. And this is Andy Bolton. There's a bit of a backstory. He's a property owner around the local area. He's got a holiday home, and he currently plays and lives down in Devon. Plays his club cricket there. I believe his club is going to be making an adventure out to Miranda de Córdoba in a few months. So hope you guys enjoy yourselves. But he's obviously making his first start in this tournament. This is flicked into the leg side, and that's going to be the first boundary. And it's off the bat of Jayesh Popat, and it goes all the way. 4 corridas. It's a good shot from Jayesh Popat. This one just sitting up from Ravi Jaku. And pretty similar length, really. This time unable to get a full blade of wood on this one. And they come through for a single into the onside. And it brings the dangerous right-handed Mohammed Adnan. We've seen him make many starts here in this tournament. And well, that's certainly going to help, as that's a glorious straight bat met with force, and it goes all the way, and it's 6 corridas, and it's the first 6 corridas in match number 23. It's a lovely shot from Mohammed Adnan. And in 2022 in this tournament, he's averaging 19.6, so just under that 20 mark. So we've seen him get in. We've also seen himself get him out, just going for one too many, as is, or has been the case quite a few times. Oh, this is an outside edge. Oh, and it's been put down. Well, it's the opening bowler, Deep Josan, down at third man. And an opportunity goes begging. You just question how expensive that could be later on in this game. And that gives us an opportunity to take a look at the standings here. And obviously these two third going up against fourth. 4 points between them, but 2 victories here for the Coimbra Knights. And they can get themselves level on points. And they'll be in the battle for that third position. Obviously they'll be into the playoff match that will see second take on third on Wednesday in the first game. And they'll go into the final. And Deep Josan, after putting Mohammed Adnan down, starts off with a wide. Well, this is a better delivery. Doesn't quite give him the room that he requires, Adnan, to play that shot down to third man. And this is hit well. And Mohammed Adnan says he's had enough. And he comes down, meets the bowler. And it goes all the way. And it's another boundary. It's 4 runs here for Marlow Calanders. That one races away, clatters into the bank there. And I can tell you that it is extremely warm here in Portugal. There's a bit of a breeze, but it's not doing a lot. Just pure heat wherever you go. This is Fuller. Good comeback. Pushed into the onside. It will just be 1 run. Good work from Alai Saini. brings Jayesh Papat back on strike. One boundary to his name. He's 5 off 5. Getting a bit of a promotion, coming in at number 3 here. And this is a big appeal, and he stays and turns it down. I think it was going down leg. Take another look. It's on the full. There's a bit of bat in there as well. I don't think it was going down leg. I think it would have been going on to hit on the full. Mohamed Adnan tries to cut this away. Misses out here. And Deep Josan gets a dot ball. Seven off this over already. And he's missed out here. And he's furious with himself. He feels as if he's really missed out. But it's a good end to the over. 7 from it. And at the end of the third, Marlow Kalanders are 27 for 1. So they're currently going at 9 and over at the moment. And there you go, the skipper there. Andrew Winter commanding his field where he wants them to be, as we're going to see Manjeet Singh back into the attack. We'll start getting his match underway. Interesting to see that. Andrew Winter holding himself back, obviously a capable bowler himself. Obviously been given the skipper's armband this match. Chris Redhead sitting at 12th man. Obviously that's his own choice. Obviously the skipper. And it is going to be Manjeet Singh to bowl the 4th over here. 27 for 1 at the moment, Marlow. Going well, but they're going to look to accelerate. Jayesh Papat just struggling a little bit. The short ball, if it's not quite in the arc, he just doesn't read the length early enough. Doesn't quite pounce on where he wants to be. And this time, played into the offside. Straight to Deep Josan, and isn't able to take it cleanly, and they scamper through for a single, and it gets the dangerous Mohamed Adnan on strike. Into the offside, he might have pierced the gap. Harvinder Singh does well, keeps it just a single, prevents it from trickling towards the boundary, but it's good work in the end. And it's just another 1 run to the total. So we've only had 3 boundaries in this over, or in this innings I should say. Not the most aggressive start that we've seen from Marlow in previous matches. I think after losing the skipper Najam Shazad early. Understandably so. It's a good take from keeper Bolton. Watched all the way. And he loses in that one, as I think he was pretty pleased with that delivery from Manjeet Singh. Into the leg side. Straight to Harvinder Singh once again, and it'll just be another single. But good work bowling to his field here is Manjeet Singh. Got 1 delivery remaining. Mohamed Adnan, the dangerous batsman, is on strike. Into the leg side is a big opportunity. Wow, he's not read it right, and that's Aman Singh, and it sails over. 1 bounce 4, and a good way to end the over. 4 corridas, and at the end of the 4th, Marlow Kalanders 34 for 1. But I can tell you now that we can go to a very interesting moment that happened just before today's play. Well, here we go. Charlie Hunt here alongside tournament referee Suleiman Saeed, and a huge thank you from everyone on behalf here in Portugal for all of your help and supporting here on the European Cricket Network. And don't forget to carry on watching cricket here on the European Cricket Network. Oh boy. Here we go. And well, there you go. So a huge thank you to everybody for helping us get to 300,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel. Obviously Rico and Vinny doing the Ice Bucket Challenge out in Rome a couple of days ago. And we've strategically done it here on a Sunday. Obviously one of the hottest days that's been recorded here in Portugal. But a huge thank you to everybody for getting us there and for your continued support, whether that's on YouTube or just in general on our social media channels. A huge thank you as Gurjit Singh comes into bowl the fifth. Oh, it's an inside edge and starts with a single. But again, a huge thank you, and thank you to Suleiman Saeed, the tournament referee, for joining me. Otherwise it was just going to be on my own. I didn't want to be on my own doing that, and I could tell you it was quite pleasant actually, the Ice Bucket Challenge. But a huge thank you again to everybody for your continued support. And as long as you're still here engaging in what's being produced, we are more than happy to provide. Mohamed Adnan, he's providing some big shots at the moment. That's down the leg side, and the diving Andy Bulkin isn't able to quite cut that off, and they'll come through for a single as well as the wide. You might be able to hear it, but the wind's picking up, but it's not really cooling anything down. If anything, it's just blowing hot air into everybody's faces. It's not doing a lot. And this is a big swing from Popat. Yet again missing out. He's 9 off of 12 now. Kirsty saying missing being there, Charlie. I hope someone is ringing that bell. Being, don't know if I've heard it yet actually. I've been a little bit trying to concentrate on things. It's too hot to be trying to multitask, and I can't do it the best of times. This is a full toss and it will be a wide, and they will be coming through again for the 1 run. So the issue here at the moment is the wides aren't just the wide, they're also costing him an extra run. So just a bit loose in the field are the Coimbra Knights at the moment. Obviously it's a good catch. Gurjit Singh to remove the dangerous Najam Shazad. He ended up going for just 1. And that's into the leg side, and he just watches and admires that one as it sails over, and it's 1 bounce and 4 carreras. And it's again for that man, Mohamed Adnan. He moves on to 22. 2 straight, 2 full. And Adnan is going to abuse that short leg side boundary. And this goes the distance, and it's 4 runs. That's a big swing from Adnan, trying to play this again into that leg side. But they'll come through for a bye. And that's 10 off the over so far. 2 deliveries remaining, but they've got the dangerous Adnan off strike. Wow, and Popat this time makes them pay. This sails over, and that's out of the ground. And that's the first maximum here for Jayas Popat. It's a slot delivery. And that angle just makes it 10 times easier for Popat to get down on 1 knee. And it sails over the boundary. It sails out of the ground, and it's 6 runs. So they're going well here. 1 delivery remaining here until we reach the halfway stage. I think we're going to need a new ball, as that one looks as if it's gone pretty fair distance into the shrubbery. I think that's gone into the bushes. So be careful of the snakes out there and the wolves. And a good afternoon to James Stewart. Says, have you unfortunately warmed back up yet? Well, I can tell you that I warmed up pretty much straight away. It only had an effect for around probably about a minute, if that. This one is turned round the corner, and it's consecutive boundaries as Lucky Batoy isn't able to cut that off. And this sails away, and it's another boundary, and this time it's 4 runs off the bat. Jayesh Papat. And a good end to the over. 10 off the last 2 deliveries. 19 off of the 5th, and at the end of the 5th of the halfway stage, Marlow 54 for 1. As you see, Najam Shahzad, the skipper, he's been going back and forth from the top of the order, coming in the middle order. We've seen him coming in at number 4 at some point as well. But he chose to take the first delivery. Didn't quite pay off. He's ended up going for 1 off 3. It's a good catch from Gurjit Singh. That wouldn't have been the over that he wanted. 19 off of his first over. And there's just a bit of discussion as to who to bring on now. I think obviously with this being a bit of a different team, there's a bit of a discussion between the leadership group, obviously being led by Andrew Winter. But it is going to be Lucky Bhatt. Maybe he can bring a bit of luck here. A breakthrough of either of these 2 men would be real good timing for the Coimbra Knights. So Lucky Patoa and starts with a bit of a gundy ball, and he gets a tickle on this one, and it races away to the 5-leg boundary. So not the start that Patoa would have wanted. This goes all the way, and it's 4 runs. So not quite the start that Patoa would have wanted. This is again into the leg side, straight to the man. Will be fielded by Aman Singh, and it's just the 1 run. So Adnan now moves on to 27 off of 16 deliveries. Papat 19 off 12, looking to go into that leg side. He's into the wind, so he's going to have to really clear it. But obviously that square boundary on both sides, 43 and 46 meters only. Big appeal, but Suleiman Saeed turns it down. Pitching outside leg by the looks of things. But a good comeback from Patoa. Certainly was pitching outside. I don't think it was even going to be going on to hit the stumps. And this is clipped over. And this looks like it might have gone all the way. Just going to have to take a look here. But it's a boundary. I think it's been signalled as 4. We take another look. And it has just bounced before. So another 4 runs. Jayesh Papat looking pretty comfortable here. Goes again into the leg side. And this has again gone out of here. And Girish Singh, he's come to watch his team. He's got to go and fetch that one. And it says Carreiras. And Jayesh Papat moves on to a very, very convincing 29 here off of 17 now. Girish Singh, he's almost got taken out there. As you can see the extent of his injury, he's obviously got his arm in that sling. 1 delivery remaining. Been a big over so far. And he gets the breakthrough. Sticks to his line and length. It's a fuller delivery. And this goes all the way through. And it clatters into the stump. And a good partnership comes to an end. Worth 63. But the second wicket falls, and the Malakalanas at the end of the 6th are 69 for 2. And it's a good delivery, really. He had been hit for 3 boundaries in that over, but he ended up getting the breakthrough, and the new batsman, Syed Masam, makes his way out to the middle. 4 deliveries left in this innings. Currently looking around like as if they're going to be getting towards that 110, 115 mark. This is one of the things about Marlow. They bat pretty much all the way down. They've got some big hitters at all extents of the batting lineup. Oh, and T10 saying best batting to come. Just goes to show that they have got a lot of batting to come. The reason why they're the defending champions, obviously things not quite going their way in the last couple of matches, but they're looking to come back with a bang here. Well, there you go. Curtis saying that Gadish's lovely wife Adima is a physio, so he's in good hands. Well, that's certainly makes life a little bit easier for him. Hasn't got to pay all those fees for physiotherapy. I'm loving the fact that we've got a bit of food chat going on. But Gurjit Singh is going to bowl the 7th here. And it's not the start that he would have wanted. It's a wide down the leg side. But this is interesting. Chris Smith saying got back at work at 8:30. Chuck the Sunday roast in. Chicken, roast pork with roast carrots, roast parsnips and roast potatoes. Now that's fine, Chris. But where are the Yorkshire puddings? That's my question. Otherwise, I don't think I'll be coming to your roast. This is hit down the ground and hit well. But Lavai Saini manages to get a foot on this one. It's a big boot. He's got a good pair of trainers. And, well, a direct hit. It would have been close for Saad Masam. But it's well fielded by Lavai Saini, and it's 2 runs off the first ball of this over. He did well not to roll his ankle there. Stepped right on top of it. Masam would have been close here. Well, a direct hit, and he would have been very, very close. And this is dragged into the leg side, and I think he's split the fielders, and he has. It doesn't quite come off the middle of the bat, but he gets enough on this one, and it's drilled into the onside, and it's another 4 runs to the total. Aman Singh unable to get round there just in time. Just picks the field pretty nicely there to Adnan. He moves on to 33 off of 18 now. This is a wider delivery and signalled just outside the wide line, really. It's tough, but consistent, as always, is Gurjit Singh. And again into the leg side, but straight to deep Josan, and they'll come through for a well-run single. Just saying, also cauliflower, broccoli, peas, green beans, boiled spaz. They got mashed with plenty of butter and a bit of milk, and there was a Yorkshire pudding too. Oh, that's okay then. That's fine. But one of my weird things that I like on a roast. Now, tell me if this is very odd, because I think it is. But I quite enjoy sweet corn with some gravy. I don't know what it is. And it's going to be a little bit weird, I'm pretty sure. I don't know what it is. I've always liked them as a kid. Never really gone off them. Always liked having sweet corn, and then obviously you put the gravy on top of the roast pretty much all the time. And obviously just the mixture. I just quite like it. Another bit of food chat, and this is flicked into the leg side. Bit of a leading edge really from Masam. He's off the mark straight away with a single into the onside. But it gets Adnan back on strike, and he's looking to convert yet another start hit for Marlow in this tournament. And this one is going to be another wide. They were trying to come through, but Adnan turns around and turns it down. So it's just the wide ball. 2 deliveries remaining in this over. That's a big inside edge onto the knee, and I think he's really caught one here. He's gone down straight away. I think he's in a serious amount of pain. And I'm pretty sure we're going to get a extensive use of the magic spray. It's been thrown on, but he looks as if he's in some serious discomfort here. It gives us an opportunity to take a look whilst we come away and hope that Adnan is okay. We take a look at the bat versus ball wall here. So supercomputer saying that Marlow is going to be expecting to score around the 100 mark, and I think at this point, this has been a pretty decent over. 11 off it, looking as if they're going to get it towards that 100, 110 mark. But I think the real issue for Coimbra Knights is their average runs against isn't quite where it needs to be if they're only going to be averaging around that 80 for runs for them. He's still on the ground. He's in a serious amount of pain, but that just gives you a bit of a picture of where we're playing the cricket here, and it's a beautiful setting. It really is. Obviously, Portugal, a beautiful city, neighbouring Spain, and here in Miranda de Córdoba, just about 20 minutes outside the city of Coimbra. Here on the former football field, now converted to the cricket pitch, and what a venue for cricket it is. It's hosted a tournament here last year in April, and it's hosting some very exciting cricket here. But Adnan, he's up, he's shaking the leg, he's okay. The magic spray was definitely used, the infamous magic spray, and he's obviously going to make a comeback and continue on here. So we're ready to continue here. And he gets away pretty well. This sails over and it's gone all the way. So he's back from injury. And he starts with a bang, and it's 6 runs into the leg side. And this one too short. But he's quick to pounce on this one. Well, there we go, the schedule here. So we start tomorrow with our little German vacation, 4 weeks in Germany, starting on the 1st tomorrow in Dresden. It'll be Rico Phil alongside Tyrone Peters who'll be calling those games for you. And then we go to Krefeld, and then we go to Belgium for 2 weeks, and then we get to start 5 weeks of T10 international cricket. Well, this has gone high. I think it's going to fall safe. And it will do. Deep Josan unable to quite get a hand on this one. And this is 2 runs to the total. A leading edge off the bat of Saeed Massam. Very early on this one. This is strongly again into the onside. This time Deep Josan is down as a deep back, deep in front of square. He's pursuing that boundary on the leg side, defending it pretty well. I think it actually has been called a no ball, as they had one too many out. It's not the first time we've seen that from the Coimbra Knights, and that's good. Bit of officiating from Garthustaisen. Actually, I think it might be okay. I think they're actually okay, so I don't think that has been given as a no ball, so we'll just can carry on as normal. And slapped into the offside and splits the 2 fielders, and once it breaks through the infield, there's no stopping it here, and it goes all the way, and it's another boundary, and Adnan looking to convert. A good start here. He tried to give himself some room. Tried to give himself a room when he was followed, but he was able to, he was up to the challenge. He races to 44 now. And it's a big appeal, and he's gone. Suleiman Saeed, finger goes up, and he's unable to get to that all-important 50. He's made many starts, but isn't able to convert. And he has to go, stepped across the line, and I think that's a good call, really. All green tick boxes for me. And he has to go, and The third wicket falls. Marlow 93 for 3. So Adnan has to make his way off for a very well-earned 44 off of 23 deliveries. 6 fours, 2 sixes, striking at 191. Outrageous hitting once again. Put the new man to the crease. He's got a big opportunity. Amir Ikram. He saw him hit. Saw him hit some good shots earlier in this tournament. He's got an opportunity here. He's been given a platform. He's got 2.2 overs to go, and he can certainly go from the off with wickets in hand. Starts off with a single down into the offside, straight to point. Chris saying that if they were looking at the stream, it was plumb. They have got the stream on in the clubhouse. Gamblers SC, they'll be playing in the next game against the Coimbra Knights. They're watching on. And Assam trying to hook this into the leg side. But it's an end to an interesting over. And it's a good one from Manjeet Singh. Only 8 off it, getting the wicket of Adnan as well. And at the end of the 8th, Marlow 95 for 3. 94 for 3, and you can see there wickets falling at decent intervals for the Coimbra Knights. Taking one in the first over and then in 6th and in the 8th, and we're now going to see the new man or the skipper here for the Knights in this game. Andrew Winter, he's going to be coming into the attack. Starts full, and it's been hit, but not quite well enough. And well, Labai Saini completely misjudges this. And Andrew Winter feels as if he's going to be a little bit hard done by. It wasn't quite hit cleanly by Ikram. Labai Saini runs all the way around it, just misses it, and it goes all the way, and it's 4 runs.
Come on, Andrew, come on!
Into the leg side, and it could be going for another boundary, and it will. Deep Josan tries to get a boot on this one. It's not easy when you're in that gravel. And it's back-to-back boundaries, and Andrew Winter, not the start that he would have wanted. Goes for a big swing into the leg side, tries to make it back to back to back.
Come on, Andrew, come on!
Ikram misses out here. Chris saying stopping the boot and Scott to stop. Well, I think what we've come to realise here on the European Cricket Network, and this is, man who said this was Tyrone Peter, obviously, many of the players originating from, you know, the likes of Pakistan, India and Bangladesh. As Andrew Winter goes again, and this is bottom edge, it will just be a dot ball. But I think what we've seen many times is obviously they migrate to Europe, and obviously still keen to play cricket, and they're often seeing that they're playing on obviously grass outfields, which may not have been the case of where they obviously learnt their cricket and grew up in India, in Pakistan, Bangladesh, Afghanistan. They may have played on sand outfields or gravel outfields. So that's a good delivery again from Winter. This is a good comeback in this over from him. But again, I think it's they've been brought up to not really trust themselves by diving on gravel and sand. It's not the most comfortable of things. So it's just what they're more comfortable with when they obviously continue to play cricket here in Europe into their adult years. It's just a force of habit, really, no matter where they play. And this is into the leg side. It's an opportunity, and it goes through him. And it's been signalled a 6, but I'm not too sure whether it was, as this one goes through the hands. And, well, Lavaisini not having the best of chances there. And I think it will be reversed to a 4. So 3 4s from the over. And Lavai Saini not having a good time of it in the field. 12 runs from it. And at the end of the 9th, Marlow 106 for 3. So that one obviously was reversed to a 4. And Lavasini just not having the best of times out there in the field. The heat certainly taking an effect here. And it's no surprise. Obviously, I think it's 39 degrees at the moment. And the app saying that it feels about 45. So that just goes to show the heat out here in Melanda the Cordova at the moment. Saying it feels like 43 at the moment. We're into the final over, and it's going to be Klavi Jaku. And he starts, and this is punished, and this will go all the way. And what a start for in the final over. And it goes all the way, and it's 6 runs for Marlow. And Syed Massam gets into double figures in style. It's not the comeback that Jackie would have wanted. This is a wide. Good bit of keeping from Andy Bulkin, and keeps it to just that one wide. Gets a glove on it, which is all you need to do, as long as it doesn't sail away. Can't ask for much more. And big into the leg side. And this time it will be taken. And that's Gurjit Singh on the boundary. And this watches this one clearly into the hands. And it's the wicket to fall. Massam trying to go big again here in the 10th, but doesn't quite get the elevation, and another wicket falls, and Kalander's now 113 for 4. And that will certainly calm a few nerves as Navasini gets swapped out from long on to long off. Just the ball following him really in that over, not much that he could have done. Another wicket falls here. And new batsman, Adnan Gondal. He's only going to have one thing on his mind, and that's to go big here in the final over. 113 on the board. They'll feel as if they're above par now. They're above the average score that we've had here this tournament. So anything here is a plus. It's gone high. I don't think it's going to be taken. It's going to fall right in the middle of 3 fielders. It's just the 1 run. So not too expensive, but Gondal off the mark with an eventful single. Well, this is huge into the leg side. Well, that's cleared the stand, but that's also out of the ground. And it's a huge 6 corridas. And Ikram once again goes big. It's a slot delivery. Slot delivery really from Ravi Jaku. And he's going to change his angle. He's now going to come over the wicket. He's got 2 deliveries left. Ikram 19 off 8. This will be into the leg side. They'll turn and come back, and they will eventually. As Ikram wanted to get back on strike, and understandably so. He's now 21 off of 9. But they've missed out on what would have been a pretty simple run out there. And these runs are proving costly. So the final delivery, it's a full toss and misses out here. They'll try and come back for 2. Massam goes early. They throw to the correct end, and he'll be gone. So they will this time get the run out. They'll get the 1 run, and they will finish on 123 for 5 after their 10 overs. A good performance with the bat from Marlowe. Never looked as if they were really in much trouble. They obviously lost the early wicket from the Jam Shazad, but they managed to rebuild with Trash Papot alongside Mohamed Adnan. They put on a good partnership worth 63, but at the end they ended up finishing on 123. So we take a look at the highlights. Well, that was the Jam Shazad. He tried to hit this into the offside. The balance wasn't really there. He struck it cleanly. It was a great catch for Gurjit Singh, and that was 1 of 2 for him in this game, or in that innings, to be said. But that brought that man, the left-handed Jayesh Papat, bit of a promotion here in this innings. Came up to the 3rd batting position, and he joined Mohamed Adnan, and boy did they enjoy their times out there. Mohamed Adnan 44 off of 23 deliveries, going for 6 fours and 2 sixes. And Jayesh Papat 29 off of 18, 3 fours and 2 sixes. But there were some monster hits, but there were also some lucky hits, and that one just sailing over Aman Singh. And that one was clipped into the leg side, and that was hit really well. And that was another boundary for Adnan, who was able to convert a start here. We saw him getting out in the 20s a couple of times this tournament, but this time manages to get into the 40s. Doesn't quite get to his half century. It wasn't meant to be, but interestingly for the bowlers, we take a look at some of the figures. Well, the pick of the bowlers really, Deep Josan 1 for 14 off of his 2 overs. Ravi Jackie 1 for 29. Manjeet Singh as well 1 for 15. And then Lucky Patel 1 for 15 off of his 1 single over. So it was a mixture, and that was the 1 wicket for Lucky Patel. He got bowled at the end of his eventful over, it has to be said. But the hitting continued. That was a bit of a drag into the leg side, but when it's going away, make the most of your luck, you ride your luck. Well, this one was quite off the high end of the bat, but it sailed over the short square boundary, and it went all the way for 6 runs. Well, tried to give himself a ring. That was one of the shots of the day. Spears through the infield. It raced away all the way for the boundary. And well, this was how we got out. It was a good delivery from Manjeet Singh, trapped in front, and Andrew Winter came into the attack. It wasn't quite the over that he had planned out in his head. 12 off it. He had opportunities to keep it down to a minimum, but his fielders just didn't quite back him up in the field. It is hot out here this evening. Has to be said, 39 degrees here in Portugal. It's the hottest day that we've had whilst we've been here. And then Lala Singh, he put that one down. It went straight through him. Now Ravi Jackie came in to bowl the final over. It's an interesting one, it has to be said. Started off with a 6. And that was the 6 off the bat of my Sam. Went all the way and hammered into the banner. He tried to go again, but this time picked out the man. That was the end, as Gurjit Singh took a good catch. And Masam had to go. Brought the 2 new batsmen, and then it was another 6. It was Ikram when he went into the leg side. It was the biggest hit of the innings. Not only did it sail over the stand, but it went out of the ground, and that's a big, big hit. Then at the end of the over, there was a run out, so a single to finish. An interesting innings, but the Coimbra Knights have been set 124 for victory. As the Marlowe, they finished on 123 for 5 after their 10. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a roundabout 10 minutes or so as you're watching match number 23 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal with myself, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network. A very hot and warm welcome back to El Estadio Municipal de Miranda del Corvo here in just outside the city of Coimbra. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here for the second innings of match number 23 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. And the openers, there you go, Manjeet Singh alongside Lavai Saini making their way out to the middle. They've got a big task on their hands. If they've been set 124 runs for victory off of their 10 overs, Marlow, they'll be happy with the way that they went about their business with the bat. And they've got half of the job done. Just need to keep the opening bowling and just keep things tidy. And then they can look to build on what's been a very emphatic start for the Marlow Calanders. But a very warm welcome to our global audience, whether you're watching on YouTube, on our YouTube channel, European Cricket Network, or whether you're watching on FanCode in India. A good evening to all of you, and many appreciations for everybody who has been able to tune in. And it's going to be a bit of left arm spin as Asad Mahmood will be opening the bowling. We've seen the likes of Asim Sawad, bit of left arm spin opening the bowling, but we're going to have Asad Mahmood this time for the Marlow Calanders. And Jam Shahzad, I'm pretty sure he'll be keen to get a few wickets to his name after missing out on the opportunity at the top of the order with the bat. I think we're ready to get underway, and Asad Mahmood will get things kicked off here for the Marlow Calanders. This is hit into the offside, and they'll come through for a comfortable single, and Manjeet Singh is off the mark. Well, Vinny Fangold saying, Charlie, when is the Ice Bucket Challenge? Go ahead, scroll back to... Well, don't scroll back to anything as Lavai Saini starts with a huge maximum into the leg side. What a way to get off the mark, and it's Seis Carreiras, the first boundary of the chase for the Coimbra Knights. Vinny Fango, I can tell you, after watching that shot, you can go ahead and rewind to the end of the 4th over of the first innings in today. It's about an hour ago, realistically, and it will be there. What a start for Lavai Saini. And this is pushed a little bit outside the off stump, trying to keep him away from that leg side. And it's just too far, and it's a wide ball. So not the start that Mahmood would have been eyeing up here. And this time it's over the offside, and it'll race away down the hill. And it's another boundary, and what a start this is for Lavai Saini. He's 10 off of 2, and it's 4 runs. And again into the leg side, there's a man there, and it's been taken. So Lavai Saini trying to go big once again into the leg side, but isn't able to get the elevation required on this one, and he picks out the man in the deep. Good catch, and the first wicket falls, and Saini goes early, and the Coimbra Knights 12 for 1. And well, I've just heard to the right of me where the on-watching normal club captain, Chris Redhead, obviously 12th man, has just said to Lavai, don't worry, you've got a good strike rate. Well, there you go. Silver linings in every situation. And the new man to the crease is Ravi Jaku. He's got an opportunity at coming in at number 3. This is clipped. I think it might be the pad, and this is going to race away. Gets a boot on it. Good work from Yasir Sabir. They'll come back for the second, and they do pretty comfortably. So it's 2 leg byes for the total. dragged into the leg side. Doesn't get the middle of the bat on this one. But it's well fielded by man at mid-wicket. And it'll be a single to end an eventful over. A wicket falling, but 14 runs. Correction, 15 runs coming off. And at the end of the first, Coin Blinds 15 for 1. But no, we take a look there. Obviously, 13 matches now without a golden ball. We thought we could be on for a golden ball last night, but we didn't get it. There was also an opportunity in one of the matches in Italy, but we weren't able to do so. But we're now 13 matches without one, and well, Portugal's been gifting them out like it's going out of fashion. We've the last two, obviously, in this week, but then the big break between the one, I think it was in March, possibly May. Obviously Portugal supplying the goods here as Ali Naki is going to bolt the second over here for Marlow. This is off the splice of the bat. Good running, called through for a single. And that temperature doesn't feel like it's getting any cooler. If anything, it might be getting a bit warmer as the sun takes its effects even for a longer sustained period of time. This is driven down the ground, and Assad Mahmood will collect this for just 1 run. So that run rate up at 12.22 at the moment. Yet to see a boundary in this over. Right, it's a no ball for front foot. And it's a dot ball, but it's not, because obviously the front foot no ball. So the on strike batsman Ravi Jaku has got a big opportunity here. He's got a license to go big. Good call from Gert. Nothing behind it. So it's free hit time, and Jaku's got an opportunity here. I'd like to see him keep his shape. Wow, it's down the leg side. It's good work from Jayesh Popat. However, he's got to go all again, as it's still yet again another free hit. I'll tell you what, I have to say, I do feel sorry for the umpires. Been stitched up wearing all black, but we've got another free hit. Can he cash in? Short, misses out. Good delivery from Ali Naki. And that will be his one for the over. But I don't think Jackie was really expecting that one. He looked as if he was going to be pressing onto that front foot. The umpires stitched up, wearing all black in this heat cannot be fun. And goes for a big swing again, does Jaku, unable to connect. It flies through to the keeper for another dot ball. Curtis saying the umpires must be sweltering. I have to say that I can only imagine their pain. It's not quite the coolest here in the comms box. Not the ice cube, nothing compares to that obviously. But it's just a bit of a sweat box, really. I think anywhere is, wherever you go in this heat, unless you're inside with some nice aircon. And again into the leg side. He's not got quite a lot on this. It's just a single into the onside. Jackie evades another dot ball. Gets a single this time, but it brings Manjeet Singh on strike. Good shorter delivery. He keeps this out, gets a bit of bat on it essentially, and they'll come through for what should just be 1 run. Doesn't take the opportunity of buzzers, and it'll be 1 run to end the over. And at the end of the second, Coimbra Knights 21 for 1. So that run rate creeping up already. Now into, well, just under the 13 runs and over. So it's above 2 runs a ball. There's the standings there. So a victory here takes Marlow Calanders into, keeps them in 3rd position. Takes them up to 10 points, and then a victory in the second game as well. Take them up to 12. So they'll be only 2 points behind 2nd position. And Coimbra Knights, if they're going to keep any hopes alive of getting into the final, into that final day of cricket, a victory is required. That's a good shot into the offside and push through the single, and it's not taken cleanly, and they will come through pretty comfortably for a single. Any FanCode saying I'm surprised. Andrew Winter only bowled 1 over, must be having some niggle. I think he just had the 1 over just because he's obviously got other bowlers to choose from. He's obviously the skipper for this game. So just a change in mentality really, and in tactics. This one skids through. Jaku looking to go big into the leg side. He's chewing up a few deliveries here. We've seen this time and time again over the last week and a half. Dot balls builds up pressure, and there's only one way that ends up leading to. Well, this has been hit and hit well, and this will go all the way. So Jaku gets the boundary that he needs, and that might release a bit of pressure here. And it's a well-deserved boundary. 4 runs to the Coimbra Knights. Slapped through the offside. Good bit of hitting from Jaku. He's missed out on that similar delivery a few times now, but that'll certainly make him feel a little bit happier now that he's got one to come off the middle of the bat. And again, don't think he's quite got all this one. It's going to run away, but he'll have enough, and it will go all the way. So back-to-back boundaries. And Mohammed Naveed unable to quite cut that off. Good shot again from Jaku, and it's another 4 runs. So Mohammed Naveed unable to cut that one off, and it's a boundary. So 2 boundaries in this over. He's gone back to back, and again into the leg side, but straight to the man. It could be close. Direct hit would have been interesting, but he survives. Good cricket. So good over so far. 10 from it. 1 delivery remaining with Manjeet Singh on strike. Be interesting if he can get another boundary, and that will certainly release a bit of pressure and just keep them in this game. He opts for just the single. Bit of an outside edge down to 3rd man, and that'll bring us to the end of the 3rd. At the end of the power play, Coimbra Knights 32 for 1. And well, at this stage, they're currently ahead of where Marlow were. Marlow at the end of 3 were 27 for 1. Coimbra Knights 32 for 1 after their 3 overs. So technically ahead. Both teams losing a wicket in the first over. There's a tiny bit of damage done from Lavai Saini. 10 off 3 for him. And that is going to be the end of the power play, and we're going to see more left arm spin into the attack as Asim Sawar comes into the attack. It's a good delivery. First up, there's an appeal. Gertu stays and stands his ground. Says no, there's a standing there. Well, that angle's not really going to do as much. Mohammed Adnan getting in the way. Oh, this is an outside edge, straight to their man. Oh, the direct hit would have been close. It's good running, good early call. He committed, did Jaku. He comes through for the single. I think he might have made his ground. It's a great, excellent dive from Ravi Jaku. James saying, back home at our post-Xmas game barbecue, someone would have all the portable trough down to the ground, as this is into the leg side. He's hit this well. He might split the fielders, and he will. And it's another boundary. Coimbra Knights just keeping in this game at the moment. Constant boundaries will certainly help the flow of this game, and it's another boundary. 4 runs to the Coimbra Knights. James said it was good, cool memories. I can certainly imagine so. It's certainly warm here today. Phone overheating. Wasn't able to use it at the start of this game. It's cooled down, but it's saying 39 degrees at the moment. Well, this one just missing out, and it technically has to go down as a drop catch, I think. If we take another look at this one, as it was a bit of an inside edge onto the pad, then into the gloves of Popat, I think. Off the pad, it was a drop catch, but it's certainly not an easy chance, but it is a missed opportunity. This is wider, and this is going to fly over. So this over going the way of the Coimbra Knights, and it's another boundary. It's a wide delivery. Bit of an unorthodox helicopter shot, really. And it went all the way, and it's another 4 runs. Jackie moves on to 20. 9 off this over so far. Well, this is hit well again, and we'll make that back-to-back. And it goes for another boundary. 13 off the over, and a good over if you're a Knights fan. And at the end of the 4th, the Coimbra Knights 45 for 1. So Ravi Jaku taking the game by the scruff of the neck here. He struggled early on, but there we go. We take a look at what's coming up in a few weeks' time. It's about a month, just over a month's time now. Starting on the 12th of September, Group A will get us underway for the European Cricket Championship. 5 weeks of international T10 cricket with the championship week on the 10th to the 14th. But obviously, well, there'll be 5 weekdays of cricket, Monday to Friday, and then on the Saturday and Sunday, the cricket doesn't stop. There'll be an EC T10 tournament, domestic Spanish clubs involved. I'm certainly looking forward to that one. So 7 days of cricket for 5 weeks as Saeed Masam comes into the attack. And Manjeet Singh tries to get this away. And well, sloppy here from Popat. I think it was a cheeky attempt. I think the ball wasn't alive. I think it was dead. They tried to come through for a single. But umpire, I mean, Saeed turns around and says, no, off, back you go. It's good slower delivery. Unable to pick it, did Singh. Played all round it. Good start to the over from Masam. Well, this is an outside edge. It's going to fly away. The man at deep fine leg will cut that off and keep it to 1 run. So good field placement by the skipper. But it gets Ravi Jaku on strike. 24 off of 15 now. My only concern is if Ravi goes, just changes things up in this game. That run rate's still creeping up. They need a big over here. Wow, and he's hit this well again. And this is going to sail over the boundary, and it's another big, big shot from Ravi Jaku, and it says Correidas. Going against the norm, not deep in his crease, but he steps out of his crease. And what would have been a pretty decent delivery from Assam ends up being a slot ball, and it goes the distance. Big appeal, and he's plumb in front. Sulaiman Saeed didn't really have to wait. And the fun ends as Ravi Jaku has to go for 30. It's a big wicket at a crucial moment. And the Coimbra Knights now 52 for 2. Plumb in front, really, going on to hit middle leg stump. But a good innings comes to an end. Ravi Jaku 30 off of 17. Comes off to applause from his teammates. He's kept the game alive here. Obviously the Coimbra Knights, if they're going to have a chance to get into that final day on Wednesday, really need to take a victory from the game here against Marlow. They take on top of the table in the Gamblers SC in the next game. They'll follow up this game pretty quickly. And he starts with an outstanding delivery as Singh plays all around this one. And he won't get the opportunity, the hat-trick, unless he comes back onto bowl again. But it's another wicket to go, and the Coimbra Knights now 52 for 3. Played all round it, did Aman Singh. Didn't give himself much of an opportunity. And he looked back, and the stumps were on the ground. So Deep Josan, the man who took the Coimbra Knights to a golden ball. Man who took the Coimbra Knights to a golden ball comes in now at number 5. Massam, who's had a good time of it with the Portuguese national team out in Belgium a few weeks ago. Now bringing his excellence here to the European Cricket Network. But the skipper, Najam Shazad, now comes in to bowl for his first over. There's no team hat-trick. We had a team hat-trick, obviously not an official recognised hat-trick. But we had one earlier this week alongside a genuine hat-trick from Taj Mohammed. Starts with a single. Well, and the next delivery, Deep Josan tries to go and continue where Ravi Jaku left off. But Deep Josan gets this one all wrong, plays down the complete wrong line, and it clatters into the stumps. And another wicket goes, and a collapse here for the Knights, and the 4th wicket goes with 53 on the board. So 3 wickets falling for just 1 run in the last 4 deliveries. And now Gurjit Singh comes out to the middle. And Najam Shazad follows up a good delivery with a wide ball. That's a good sight up for Gurjit Singh. He's in at number 6. A big job to do here. That run rate is now creeping up and up and up. It's now into the 15s. One big over could change it. But that's going to need to come sooner rather than later. And Gurjit Singh starts off with a single into the offside. goes for the big shot into the leg side. Does Manjeet Singh and gets this one all wrong, isn't able to connect with it. And that run rate still creeping up. And you just wonder that this spell of bowling the last 2 overs has almost taken the game away from the Knights now. This is up in the air and taken. So another wicket goes. It's the second wicket to fall in this over. And Manjeet Singh is, as he has to go for 8 off of 13 deliveries. And the Coimbra Knights now 55 for 5. So the other wicket falls, and just looking like it's going to be a tough ask of the Coimbra Knights 11 now. Balwinder Singh makes his way out to the crease. He's not had much to do in this tournament so far, but he's got an opportunity here to get a bit of time out in the middle. But I think if I was a Coimbra Knights, I'd be asking just to go for it, really. Not much point of waiting around. And this is struck well into the offside and spins away from the diving Mohamed Adnan. And well, there's a mix-up, and things go from bad to worse to just even worse, as it's a huge mix-up in the middle. And it looks like Balwinder Singh is going to go for a golden duck. And another wicket falls, and that's the third to fall in this over. It was struck well by Balwinder Singh. It's pushed for the second, so he might get that 1 run. He just stopped halfway through, really. Just turned around and said, well, I'm not going to get there. And he has to go. So Balwinder Singh goes, and another wicket falls. And at the end of that over, it should be 56 for 6. And well, this is a hat-trick ball, technically, as Andy Balkin comes out to the middle. But this is technically a hat-trick delivery, as Syed Masam in his previous over, in his final 2 deliveries, went wicket. So we could see the 20th hat-trick of 2022. And Gurjeet Singh will be facing up. Syed Masam looking to put his name in lights now. So it's a hat-trick ball. Ah, he doesn't get it, but it's a good delivery. As Gurjeet Singh was trying to pull this into the leg side, but didn't get anything on it. Clattered into the pads, certainly going down the leg side. But it's a good start from Syed Masam as the field returns to its regular state after that hat-trick opportunity. Advances and clatters this into the offside, and that's going to sail over the boundary, and it's going to go for a maximum hit. 6 corridas. Was looking to go big. He advanced down the track. He met Masam with full force of the bat, and it went the distance. Had some serious height, but it also had the legs to go over the boundary. So a good fight here from the Coimbra Knights, and it's good to see that they're going to continue to try and get up towards that total. Goes again, but straight back to him. Doesn't hold on to the catch. Just wasn't in the right position to take it. but it's a dot ball. Actually, it's not a dot ball, it's a single. Straight to him, he just clatters off the bottom of the palm. But it brings Andy Balkin on strike. Yet to face a delivery in this tournament. It's his first match here. Obviously, the Coimbra Knights just having a bit of issues wicket-keeper wise, losing Giddy Singh to injury, and then James Smallman unavailable now. And he hits this pretty well, but it's a good stop from Sam off of his own bowling. Keeps it to a dot ball. This is tight stuff here from the Malakalanders. Keeping a tight grip on the Coimbra Knights, not letting this get away from them really. That's a good delivery, but it beats everything. And it's going to run away, and it will be 4 byes. That's certainly going to help the total. It was too good for everyone. Through the gap between bat and pad. And then Jayesh Papad unable to quite get a glove on this one. So it's 4 byes to the total. So it's been a bit of an expensive over 10 off it. Final delivery. Pushed into the offside. Good shot. Good looking shot, but good shot for no run. Dot ball to finish at the end of the 7th. Coimbra Knights 67 for 6. So 57 required off 19 now. And again, as I mentioned earlier, the Coimbra Knights will be going back to back here. They'll be taking on the GSC, Gamblers SC, top of the table after 2 victories against Malakalanders. And they've set a pretty standard lineup that we've come to expect here in this tournament. And in Coimbra Knights, well, Chris Redhead will be coming into this game in the next match. Short delivery. Good start from skipper there. It's a dot ball to start. And obviously Panda coming into that game as well. He's got many a fan around the world. As Panda, what up? He'll be looking forward to getting back out into the playing field. So Shazar continuing here in his second over. Does the batsman all end up? Giddy Singh. Sorry, Gurjit Singh trying to play this into the offside. He's done it a few times, trying to give himself a bit of room, trying to play it into the offside, but he misses out on this one. And it's another wild swing of the bat from Singh. Unable to get a bit of bat on this one. Gurjit Singh has been able to hit a long ball when he keeps his shape, but it's just missing out here. And you can just see those middle overs where they were really dragged back from or by the Kalanders. Losing 5 wickets in 2 overs. Really dragged them back into the game. That's a great delivery from Najam Shahzad. He saw Gurjit Singh coming down the track. And it was a good bit of adjustment. Saw him very early on. And it's again A good delivery from Jazad, just missing the top of off. Well, we're on our way to what could be a maiden here. Very rare that we see one on the European Cricket Network. He's only got one delivery left. He's had 5 dot balls on the trot. And it won't be a maiden, as he will get a bat on this one and he'll keep the strike, but I don't think that Marlow will mind that. It's a single to end. A good over from Najam Shazad, one off it, and at the end of the 8th, the Coimbra Knights 68 for 6. Now take a look at the worm. Just never really... Well, they were above it at the start for the first 4 overs, but again, those 5 wickets falling in the 2 overs in the 5th and 6th. Marley just dragging them back. And now, well, they're not going to let them fall in this position. They're going to keep that tight grip around the scruff of the neck, as it's going to be the second over hit for the man who opened us up in this innings, Asad Mahmood, for the Marlow Colanders. And well, that's going to be a full toss and a no ball to start with, so not the start that he would have wanted. And the free hit. And he does well, remembers that it's just a free hit. It doesn't have to go for the catch, but he keeps it to just the 1 run. So not too expensive off the free delivery there. Brings Bolkin on strike, yet to get off the mark. And that will be a wide delivery. And Mahmood struggling here. This is being dragged. I think it would have gone on to be another wide ball. But Balkin gets a bit of bat on this one, and it's a dot ball, and Mahmood will be a little bit relieved. And this is just a single down to long off. And Massam will come through, and it will be 1 run. I have to say, I'm liking the sight of the Slazenger bat being used by Balkin. And this is right off the toe of the bat, and Singh will again come through for another single. And it's another wide, and Mahmood struggling here. It's the 3rd extra off this over so far. And this is just one into the offside. So 1 delivery left. It's been a pretty expensive over, really. 6 off it, 7 off it. This might be a wicket. Well, I think he's taken it pretty cleanly. I think that, for me, looks as if it was taken. And there's just going to check upstairs. Soft signal will be interesting here. But to my initial reaction, I think he's taken that cleanly. And I think he's ended with a wicket. Singh is he's walking off. He's just been told to wait a second, so we will just take a look. It was a wide ball. And that one, it's a tough one. It depends on what the on-field umpires are discussing with, obviously, the 3rd umpire. But for me, I think it is, and it will be given. So it's a good catch from the skipper, down low to hit right in front of him. But a bit of a cameo from Gurjit Singh has to end. He goes for 11, and at the end of the 9th over, Coimbra Knights 75 for 7. So we will come into the 10th over here with the game all completed. So Marlow will take 2 points from this. They will move to 10 points. And also help their net run rate as well. As Arvinder Singh has gone out to join Andy Balkin. It's going to be Mohammed Adnan for the final over. And this one just missing the leg stump. And once again, it's been a very, very interesting encounter. Coimbra Knights were in this game up until the 5th over. And even the 5th and 6th, they ended up losing 5 wickets in 12 deliveries. And that really changed the game, and it pretty much set up for a Marlow victory. Well, that's been hit well by Balkin into the leg side, and it'll be 1 run, and that'll be Andy Balkin's first boundary in this tournament. It's 4 carreras into the leg side. It's a bit of a slot delivery, really, and with no one at deep mid-wicket, Andy Balkin goes for the aerial route when it's a good shot. Goes all the way for 4 runs. The good comeback from Adnan as Balkin isn't able to get that back foot moving in the right direction. Got the front leg out of the way, but didn't meet the delivery in the best way possible, and it's a dot ball and a good comeback from Adnan. So 3 deliveries remaining in this innings. This one stays low and just evades the stumps. You can see here, it skids through. Balkin stepping away. Just misses the off stump. So this will be a bit of a thumping victory here for Marlow. This is clipped into the leg side and it'll be just a single. So Harvinder Singh will have to negotiate 1 ball here in this game. But obviously, we come back again after this match and it will be a quick turnaround. Coimbra Knights will be batting first up against the GSC. And then we also have Gamblers taking on Gorka. So this is Marlow's only game here today. And we're going to finish with a big shot into the leg side. And it will go all the way. So we finish in style, but it's not quite enough as the Coimbra Knights end up finishing on 86 for 7 off of their 10 overs. And they end up with a bit of a thumping loss by the Marlow Calanders, but it's a good effort. They were in there right till the end. They went for it, which I have to say I was much appreciated of. And the Marlow Calanders end up defeating the Coimbra Knights by 37 runs, and that'll almost solidify their spot into the finals day on Wednesday. But a good game nonetheless from these two here in match 23 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal, as we get to take a look at the highlights of the second innings. And it was a good start from Lavai Saini. He went pretty big early on, 10 off 3 for him. And that was the first delivery he faced. A big shot into the leg side. And it was a good spell of hitting from him against Hassad Mahmood. And well, this one was another one. This time it was over the offside. Raced away for another boundary, but then this one into the leg side, and he picked up Asim Soad, and he had to go 10 off 3, 1 4 and a 6 to him, striking at a decent strike rate, 333.33. And that for Ravi Jaku came into the crease. He struggled early on, but he ended up with a good comeback. He finished on 30 off of 17 deliveries, 5 4s and a 6, with a good strike rate of 176. That was a lovely shot down the ground. And this time into the leg side. Managed to split the fielders. They weren't able to cut this off, and it was another boundary. But apart from Jaku, Saini and Balvinder, and Gurjit Singh, no one else able to really contribute with the bat. That was a good shot as well, flat down the ground. And that was a good shot from Ravi Jaku. And well, this was a great shot up against one of the top bowlers here in Portugal. And then, well, next delivery tries to almost sweep this into the leg side, but it was plumb in front, and Sulaiman Saeed raised the finger. Well, this one was the very next ball, and Aman Singh played all round it. He had to go for a golden duck. And then Deep Josan, he came in at number 5. He had a good spell of batting in the previous game, in the golden ball game. But he ended up going first ball as well. He was cleaned up by Najam Shazad. He had a good game with the ball. Najam Shazad, 2 for 5 off of his 2 overs. Also Saeed Ali Naki, 1 over, none for 6. But obviously Shazad is the pick of the bowlers for me. He'll be happy with the way that he was able to contribute with the ball. Unable to do so with the bat in the first innings. But also Syed Masam, 2 for 14 off his 2 overs. But that was a good shot as well into the offside. But he turned around, went for the second, and then just put the brakes on. And he ended up going. He was dismissed, run out off of his first delivery. A good bit of work from Mohammad Anand Papat to get the run out. And that was a big shot from Gurjit Singh. That was his only 6. And then, well, that was 4 byes. Jaj Papat had a mixed game with the gloves, but he had a good opportunity with the bat, and that will certainly do his confidence some good, as this was flicked. And it was a good catch by Najam Shazad to remove Gurjit Singh. And that was a good shot from Andy Balkin. That was his single boundary. He was 7 off of 11 not out. And then, well, the best strike rate of them all, 600, as that man Harvinder Singh. He finished with a 6, but it wasn't enough, as the Coimbra Knights were defeated by 37 runs by Marlow Calanders. But the Coimbra Knights, they'll be back, and they'll be back in around about 15 minutes or so. So don't go anywhere, as we're back for match number 24 between the Gamblers SC and the Coimbra Knights, as you're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal with myself, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network. A very warm welcome back to a sunny, warm Estadio de Miranda del Corvo here in Coimbra. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network for match number 24 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal, and it's going to be an interesting game as fourth takes on first. And Gamblers SC, they lost the toss. They've been put out into the field on this hot day. And a very warm welcome to everybody around the world, whether you're tuning in on our YouTube channel, European Cricket Network, or whether you're watching on FanCode in India. A very good evening to you. We take a look here at the changes for the Coimbra Knights as Zaman comes in alongside Panda Wadub as well. And it's certainly going to be interesting to see how this game unfolds. Obviously, Coimbra Knights is just off a bit of a tough game against Marlow, but it doesn't get any easier as they're now up against the leaders in this tournament at the moment, Gamblers SC. This is their first tournament here on the European Cricket Network, and what a way to start. Currently top of the table, umpires Gert Oosthuizen and Suleiman Saeed. And Parveen Singh is going to get us underway in match number 24. And Andrew Winter just plays this into the offside, and it's a dot ball to start. Good to see everybody back in the YouTube chat. A very good evening to you. I hope you're all well. 3 games of cricket here this afternoon and evening. Exciting stuff on the way as this has taken a bit of an edge, and I think it has gone all the way, and it has. So it's 4 runs off the bat. Not quite as unconvincingly as we've seen, but it's 4 runs nonetheless. Good comeback from Parveen Singh. Andrew Winter trying to play this into the offside, but unable to connect on this one, and it's a dot ball. Good comeback from Singh. Into the body. And well watched by Andrew Winter, keeps it down and doesn't let it go over, and it's a dot ball. And another flashing drive, and Winter unable to get a bit of bat on this one. This has been a good comeback from Parveen Singh after getting a bit of an unlucky boundary against his name. Obviously the Coimbra Knights winning the toss and electing to bat first here, so I think they're obviously feeling more confident in their ability to go ahead and set a target and then defend it. This is going to come off the pad and will run away down to third man, and it'll be a leg bite. So a single to end the over, and 5 off it. Coimbra Knights 5 for none off the first. So there we go, there's the bat versus ball wall here. Just going to show that the Gamblers SC looks like, well, if you're putting him going against what's on paper, you really would expect the Gamblers SC to take a victory here, but we've seen it many a times here on the European Cricket Network. Upsets are more than susceptible here, and Nitin Kamboj starts into the offside, and it would have been a very good catch from the skipper Jitesh Kumar Balkrishna, diving to his right, but he puts it down, and it's a single for Andrew Winter. Nitin Kamboj, an opportunity goes astray. this one off the glove of Balvinder Singh. Balvinder Singh obviously carrying on where he left off with a big 6 to end the last game. Obviously it was in vain, but saw it pretty well. Nitin Kamboj starting well here. And this is sliced away, and it will go all the way, much to the applause and the approval of the on-watching Coimbra Knights. And this is 6 corridas. Carves this through the offside, and it runs away. And it's 6 runs and 6 to the total. Balvinder Singh carrying on where he left off. And there was a sound there. Good take from Kuldeep Golia. And another wicket for Nitin Kamboj in this tournament. It's the first one to fall in this match. And the Knights 12 for 1. Just off the glove. Just a thin edge. Well, a thin sound off the glove. It was straight through to the keeper. And he was ready to pounce. And the wicket falls. Balvinder Singh goes, and the new batsman makes his way to the crease. Singh facing up his first delivery. This is just fended into the offside, and they'll come through. And Kamboj puts a great bit of effort in to try and get a run out, but they come through safely for the single. Again, a huge welcome to everybody in the chat. I can see Chris Smith in there alongside Wazza and Ilash Antadal as well, saying, "Go Gamblers." This has been a good first over from Kamboj. Obviously the 6 coming off of his bowling. He got the wicket the very next delivery. It was a good comeback, and this is a good shot from Winter. Straight to the fielder, Ryan Khan. And it'll be a dot ball to finish. So 8 off the second, and after 2 overs, Coimbra Knights are 13 for 1. So a mixed start here for Coimbra, losing a big hitter in the likes of Balvinder Singh. But obviously you can take a look there. So 9 matches now played, 4 points on the table. You just have to think that it's a bit of a tough ask to get into that finals position. Gamblers SC looking to make it 20 points in this after this evening's play. They have a game against Coimbra now, and then they'll be playing the Gorka 11 in match number 25. There's a full toss, and then it finds the outside edge of Manjeet Singh, and he comes through for a single. So Parveen Singh continuing here. No wickets for him. He's gone a little bit wicketless over the last few games. This is hit down the ground, and Nitin Kamboj will take a throw. I think he was in safely. Again, if there's ever a man that you don't really want to take on, it's Nitin Kamboj. And it looks like he might have done a bit of damage. Obviously, you want to be careful with that golden arm of his. He's taken a good few wickets in this tournament. And into the leg side and straight to the man. And Parveen Singh, he struggled to get the wickets in the last couple of games, but he gets the breakthrough. And it's a good catch at square leg, and Manjeet Singh has to go. And the second wicket falling here. Coimbra Knights now 15 for 2. Parveen Singh gets his first wicket this game. So, new batsman has to make his way out. And he's coming in at a difficult stage here. Coimbra Knights 15 for 2 now in the third. No Panda Wadub yet. He hasn't even got his pads on yet, I can tell you. But the man who hit top scored for the Coimbra Knights in the last game, Ravi Jaku, comes out to the middle. And he's got an opportunity here. There's not much scoreboard pressure and he can bat as freely as he wishes. He's got an opportunity here to really put some pressure on the bowlers. That was Parveen Singh's 11th wicket in this tournament. That's a no ball. And it was an effort ball as well. Called for the front foot, and it will be a free hit here for Ravi Jaku. What an opportunity to get off the mark. And he makes the most of this. This is going to sail over and trickle away towards the boundary. And the free hit proves costly. And this gets punished by Ravi Jaku. And it's cuatro carreiras. A well-welcome boundary that's going to ease a little bit of the pressure here on the Coimbra Knights. Interestingly enough, in the top 4 wicket takers in this tournament, 3 of them play for the Gamblers SC. Ankush Kumar, Parveen Singh and Jay Prakash, all with double figures in terms of wickets taken. And that's hit and hit well again by Ravi Jaku. That's going to be 1 bounce for back-to-back boundaries here. Ravi Jaku proving the in-batsman again for the Coimbra Knights. 2 fault from Parveen Singh. Changes to go around the wicket. He very rarely does so. To the right-hander, and proving to be an easy shot for that man. Ravi Jaku moves on to 8 off of just 3 deliveries now. 1 delivery left in his spell for Parveen Singh. And it's well kept out by Ravi Jaku, but he hits it too well straight to Balakrishna. And it's a dot ball to end the third, and at the end of the power play, the Coimbra Knights 24 for 2. So looking at who they've got left to come in, so the likes of Panda, Zaman and Gurjit Singh as well, Deep Josan, they can all hit long balls. They all will have an opportunity, or they might have an opportunity, it should be said. There we go, you can see at the end of the power play, with the 2 wickets falling in the second and the third over, Nitin Kamboj is going to continue here. 1 off of 8 off his first over. This one stays low, and Winter misses out. Stayed low off of the bowling of Nitin Kamboj. Nitin Kamboj originating from India. He has played for the Coimbra Knights before in the previous ECN tournament. He's up against them here, and he's bowling pretty well. Obviously, he's had a good tournament so far. 111 runs, well, it's technically 119 runs now, with 8 wickets to his name. Best bowling figures of 2 for 4 against the Coimbra Knights in a previous encounter. I haven't really had to see him with the bat. Not really been needed. This one is going to be a leg side wide. Andrew Winter was on the charge, but it's a good bit of work from Kuldeep Golia. Takes this cleanly one-handed and prevents it from flowing. They have got a backstop, as we've seen many a time here in Portugal. Bit of a backstop just in case. Good delivery again from Kamboj, just proving to be Almost too good for Andrew Winter here. Just struggling to get bat on ball. Bit of extra pace than normal, really. Just a little bit late on this one. It flows through to the keeper. But any bit of bat on this and it will fly away. And again, evading the bat. Plays all round this one, really. Gets himself in a bit of a muddle. Winter just chewing up a few deliveries here. He's now 6 off 13. If it wasn't for that wide, we could be looking at a maiden here. 2 deliveries remaining. See that projected score around 67, which you just feel won't really be enough. Need to get around 100 and 100 plus. This one stays low, and Kulia unable to collect this one clearly, and it will be a bye. Brings Jackie back on strike. Brings Ravi Jackie on strike, 8 off 4. He's got 1 delivery left in Cambodge's spell. And it's a bottom edge. Completely mistimes this. Straight to Sunil Kumar. And it'll just be a dot ball to finish. So a good spell of bowling once again from Nitin Cambodge. The openers proving to be a little bit too much for the Coimbra Knights top order. And at the end of the 4th, the Knights 26 for 2. And we can take a look here at a bit of stats gun here. There you go. So in 2021, 29 matches were won when you batted first, and 15. Obviously, a few more games left to play. And at this point in time, in this tournament, 2022, 12 to 10. So obviously, a bit of information there. As Shayadur Rahman will be coming on to bowl the 5th over here. It was just 2 off of that 4th over. Certainly helped the Gamblers just take a grip of this game here. And this is going to fly away. There's a man at 3rd man, so he'll come through for the 1 run, but Andrew Winter just gets a little bit lucky, finds the outside edge, evades the keeper, Kuldeep Galia, and it's another single. Well, this is going to evade everything again, and that fielder down at 3rd man he's had a pretty busy day of it so far, early into the 5th over. Shayadur Rahman, he's had a good time of it as well. Coming in the middle overs, it's not easy to do, but he's got 5 wickets at the moment. 1 for 6 against the Capitals. And this is hit well by Winter. And this is going to be 1 bounce 4, and that's certainly going to calm the nerves as Winter looks to go on the aggressive. And this goes all the way for 4 carreras. And Andrew Winter getting in on the action. So Rahman getting a bit of treatment here from the opener Winter. 11 off 16 now. This is a full toss into the leg side. He's just clipped it up in the air. It has been called a no ball. So Rahman not quite getting this one on the money, struggling here in this over. And Ravi Jackie, the man who Coimbra Knights would be picking to face a free hit. He's got an opportunity here. It's a good delivery from Rahman, sticking to his line of length, sticking to what he does best. And Cordiglia takes this one cleanly. And again, you just have to say that the standard of keeping throughout this entire tournament, obviously coming into the last 3, well, after tonight you'll have 3 evenings left. The standard of keeping has been next to sensational, really. Into the leg side and clipped well, and it's gone all the way. And Ravi Jaku continuing here once again, and it's another 6 corridas. And Coimbra Knights, they now move on to 39. And the belt being run for the first time by the president, Barry. Jaku pounces on a delivery that's in real truth too full and too straight. Coming over the wicket is the left-handed Rahman. And this into the leg side, and this will go, and this will go all the way as well. And it's another boundary, so back to back for Ravi Jaku, and he's looking like the man in form for the Knights, and it's another 4 runs. So Jaku, if he can stick around for the Knights and bat out the next 5 and a bit overs, you just feel that they'll have an opportunity of really putting on a decent score. If they can bat around him, that's what they really need to do. And again, strong into the leg side, but Team Cambodge will collect that one. It will just be a single, but he'll keep the strike. And at the halfway stage, Coimbra Knights 46 for 2. So you take a look there. Balwinder Singh and Manjeet Singh not really getting going. Balwinder Singh had a big shot for 6, and then it got up 2 balls later. Manjeet Singh just wasn't able to get going. He was caught by Sunil Kumar. And the leading wicket taker in this tournament, he's going to be coming into the attack now. 15 wickets to his name. Ankush Kumar, one of the most valuable players in this tournament, has to be said. He comes into the attack and he's got Ravi Jaku on strike. Ravi Jaku looking to play this into the leg side. Clattered into the pads. They come through for a leg bye. We take another look. Oh, my instincts there would say that that one might be going on to be clipping the stumps. So tough call. It's obviously not easy in real time. Sulaiman Saeed, the umpire there, turning that one down, so Ravi survives. This one is a wide down the leg side, stays low as well. And they come through for another run off the wide. Gamler's just falling off a little bit here, releasing a bit of the pressure. A good over that in that previous over, 20 off it. And this is an outside edge, and it will be cut off by short third man, and it's another single. Ankush Kumar, not quite the over that he would have been wanting here so far. Missed out on an LBW turn down. Andrew Winter just pushed this into the offside, and well, no surprise that Ravi Jaku is very, very keen to get back on strike. 20 off 11 for him. Most of his runs have come in boundaries with 3 4s and a 6. This is hit. And this is hit well, and it will go all the way. Parveen Singh unable to stop this one. It sails over the boundary, and it's 6 corridas for Andrew Winter. Two full from Ankush Kumar, and Winter quick to pounce on the fuller delivery, given width. and punished into the offside. And you need to come back now, back to live action. It's a similar delivery. Andrew Winter does well to keep his balance and prevents that back leg from moving, but it's a good comeback from Kumar. And this is respected by Winter. Met with the full face of the bat, just played back straight back to the bowler, and it's a dot ball to end. So a good over for the Knights again, 9 from it, and at the end of the 6th, Coimbra Knights 56 for 2. There you go, those are the stats for the bowlers again. Good opening spell by both of Parveen Singh and Nitin Kamboj, 1 apiece. Parveen Singh going for 15 off of his 2 overs and Kamboj 9. Just let down a little bit by Shayura Rahman coming in on the 5th over. We're now going to see Jay Prakash, 10 wickets for him in this tournament so far. And he's going to be wanting to take a few more and get his tally up towards the top 3 wicket takers. Well, that's going to be a dead ball. And Jay Prakash just not an official warning, but pulled away, but not an official warning, but just saying to Winter, just be careful. Winter holds his ground this time, and I think that is the wicket. And Ravi Jaku has to go. 20 off of 12 for him, and Jay Prakash starts well and starts with the wicket, and it's the 3rd wicket to fall, and the Coimbra Knights 56 for 3. Just the top of off, and well, you're always taught as a child, if you can bowl 6 deliveries on the top of off stump, you're going to take a wicket at some point. Well, Jay Prakash does this first up, and he gets a wicket, and it's a breakthrough, and it's a key wicket of Ravi Jaku. So Deep Josan looking to improve on his first game. He's got a golden duck being bowled by Najam Shahzad, the skipper for Marlow. Jay Prakash is tailed up. 1 wicket off the first delivery for him. Got Deep Josan in his sights now. This pops off a length, and Deep Josan is able to pad this away, and it will just be a dot ball. Deep Josan will get this away, and he's off the mark with an outside edge. We've seen a few fly down to the 3rd man region, and that's another example there, and another single to the total. But this is a better display with the bat from the Coimbra Knights, as they're just going at under 9 and over. If they can get just another big over, get another 15 run over or a 20 run over, they'll feel as if they're right back in this, and they'll be able to set a decent total. But I think, again, that the Gamblers SC, after that's been given a wide by umpire Oosthuizen, I think if the Gamblers SC can keep Coimbra under under 100, they'll feel as if they've done their job, as that's going to be a wide down the leg side. And this is a good shot from Deep Josan, who will just be 1 into the offside. There you go, that run rate now up above 9 and over. So looking to get around 90 on the ball after their 10. Slower delivery, and Andrew Winter picks this and dispatches this. Nitin Kamboj is interested, but he won't quite get there. And it goes all the way, and it's another 6 runs for Andrew Winter. And Coimbra Knights looking comfortable in the middle at the moment. It's a fuller delivery. It was a slower ball. It was picked by Winter. I don't think he thought he got all of this. His head went down. I think he thought he was going to pick out the man. It's a good shot from Winter. It's strong. And it goes all the way. Oh, that's good delivery from Jay Prakash. It's a good comeback. And Andrew Winter just getting going, getting the feet moving. And a good end to the over. 11 from it. The end of the 7th. Coimbra Knights 67 for 3. Well, there we go. We've mentioned it a few times. If you didn't know what's going on for the European Cricket Championship, well, now you do. We're flicking the switch to prime time. The ECC will be under lights in Khartoum in just over a month's time. The first match will be starting at 11:30 local time. And the last match will be starting at 7:30 local time. As Ankush Kumar will be continuing here into his second over. And Deep Josan drags this into the leg side. And well, the fielder Jay Prakash lost his footing. He went down like a sack of potatoes. And it costs him the full amount, and it goes all the way, and it's 6 runs. Ankush Kumar, not quite the performance with the ball that we're expecting from him. Already gone for 15. And that's well played from Josan. Just a single down the ground for 1. Winter back on strike. He's got his eye in now. And just as I say that, classic case of the commentator's curse. He has to go, tries to play this into the leg side, plays all round it. He goes for a runner ball 24, but he has to go. And another wicket falls, and the Knights now 74 for 4. But Winter doing the job really that was asked of the opener. He opened for the Knights. Let's take a look here, just trying to play this into the leg side, but he has to go. But a runner ball 24 is a good spell from him with the bat. But he has to go nonetheless, and it's another wicket for Ankush Kumar. It's his first in this game. That's now his 16th in the tournament. Panda, what up? The Panda's here. The Panda's arrived. And he's in now, and he's only going to have one thing on his mind, and that's to clear the ropes. Well, I don't think he's going to, as he's going to go for a golden duck. He picks out Jay Prakash at the point region, and he has to go straight away. And another wicket falls. And well, Ankush Kumar is on a hat-trick. And the Coimbra Knights 74 for 5. So slower delivery. So slower delivery put into the offside, and Panda, well, that's certainly going to upset a few viewers, that's for sure. He's got a lot of fans, but he has to go for a golden. And the new man to the crease, he joins Deep Josan, as it's looks like that's Aman Singh who's making his way out. And we've got another hat-trick opportunity here for Ankush Kumar. He doesn't quite get it. It's played into the offside. It's well played. And it's just a 1 run to the total. And a man sitting off the mark straight away. Well, this one evades everything, and a man calls him through for a single. Deep Josan survives. It's a missed opportunity, really. He came down. He was out of his crease. But he survives. And there you can see, just taking wickets at the right time, really, have the Gamblers. A couple of batsmen have got in, but then also got out. Those such as, obviously, Ravi Jaku and Andrew Winter as well. They've only had 1 over where they haven't hit a boundary, so that's pretty much an outstanding stat to say the least. They've only had the 4th over where they didn't score a boundary. They've had 10 boundaries in this innings so far. And we're going to see Sunil Kumar. And he starts with a good delivery. Deep Josan might be gone here. We're going to have to go upstairs. We take another look. It was a wild swing. And we're going to have to slow that one down. Suleiman Saeed has called for the LRS system. And we slow it down. Well, that's going to be a matter of frames. This one is going to have to be slowed right down to the matter of when the bails are taken off. And we slow it down here. Oh, that one is a matter of inches. You just have to rotate through those frames. You take another look here. It's been given as not out. And that is pretty much as tough as it gets, really. I think he is given the right decision, but it doesn't get much closer than that. It's Buck Stoneman is the 3rd official, so he is on the TV. But it's a good start for Sunil Kumar, and well, I think we might be going upstairs again, and we are. So we take another look, and Deep Josan just saying, well, what have I got to do? I think this time it might be well, it doesn't get much closer than that, but we take another look here. And I think he might be gone here. I'm going to take an early guess that he is, and yeah. And I think Deep Josan is going to have to go this time. He survived an early call first up. And he is gone. Waiting on the signal from the 3rd official. And for the on-field official. And it is. So, outstanding work from Kuldeep Golia. Didn't get the man first up, but second delivery. Sunil Kumar gets his breakthrough. And Deep Josan has to go. He goes for 9 off 8. And the night's now 76 for 6. Two pretty much back-to-back copy and paste deliveries and similar outcomes. This time wasn't able to swing back, and I think there you can see he knew pretty much straight away that he hadn't got his bat down in time, and the back foot wasn't in either. He has to go. Oh, and again, well, it's been 3 excellent deliveries from Sunil Kumar. Just been stump to stump, really. Kuldeep Golia is getting his money worth here. As the new batsman, Gurjit Singh. And it goes big, and it's going to be an opportunity. Balkrishna's under it. And he takes it. And Balkrishna's struggled in the field in recent times, but he takes this one comfortably. And it's another wicket. Oh, well, and Sunil Kumar is on the verge of a double wicket maiden hit, as the Knights now fall to 76 for 7. Well, Krishna, that'll certainly make him feel a little bit better about himself in the field. He's not really been able to take many catches in the covers. But that one sticks. And Sunil Kumar is currently gone for 2 for none off of 4 deliveries. And the new batsman is Andy Borkin, makes his way out. Oh, he's obviously seen some electric work from his counterpart. There's a big appeal. I think it's going down the leg side. I think Sunil Kumar realised it pretty much straight away. Hit the pad and he went straight up. But he's still on for a double wicket maiden. Well, that one coming in a little bit. It's a little bit closer than I originally suspected. But not out. And he won't get the double wicket maiden, which is a shame if you're a Gamblers fan. But Andy Borkin comes through for the single. And what an over. 2 for 1 off his first over, Sunil Kumar. And they've lost another 5 wickets in 3 overs. And at the end of the 9th, all happening here in the 9th. The Coimbra Knights 77 for 7. 7's all round. And a mixed bag in the final few overs here for the Coimbra Knights. And it's similar to what happened in the first game. They lost a few early, didn't really lose many wickets early on, but then went on to lose 5 wickets in 2, this time 5 in 3. There's nice to see a bit of chat about the Miranda Maidens. Obviously the ladies team here, or the women's team here in the Miranda do Corvo. Good to see that cricket in Portugal is taking off. It's again excellent to see. I've been very lucky to visit a few places now where cricket is certainly on the up, and it's good to see that there's a global audience for European cricket. It's going to be Jay Prakash to bowl the final over here, and this will be a leg bye. And they're going to be, well, at this point, looks like they're going to fall short of that 100. But they were looking to get up towards the 90-95 mark. They've just been pegged back by the Gamblers. Oh, advances as Aman Singh and isn't able to connect with this one. And this is going to be a bit of an outside edge into the offside. And it's pretty similar fashion. Outside edge down to third man. And it's another single. So interestingly in the final over, not really swinging here. Not too sure about, but they've got 3 deliveries, 2 deliveries remaining I should say. 2 boundaries here could really help the cause. And that's a good delivery from Jay Prakash again. Has been good from him in this final over. The robot asking the question, is this the night tonight? Well, we're certainly going to go and find out. This has been a tidy over. 3 runs off it. 1 delivery remaining, 80 for 7. And they're going to turn and go for 1. Might turn and go for 2. They won't take it on. So they will finish on 81 for 7 after their 10 overs, setting the GSC Gamblers SC 82 for victory here in match number 24. But again, a good performance from the Gamblers SC. There's a reason that they are the top of the table at the moment, and their bowling just proving to be a little bit too much for the majority of the teams here. Obviously, they had 2 thumping victories in yesterday's games against Marlow. But They've kept the Coimbra Knights to a below par score as we take a look at the highlights. And once again, there was an outstanding opening partnership in terms of the bowlers, and it's that partnership that we've seen time and time again. And it was Nitin Kamboj alongside Parveen Singh, a 1 wicket apiece. That was Nikita Kamboj getting Nitin Kamboj getting Balwinder Singh caught behind. He really had a good game with the gloves, has to be said. And that ran away as Manjeet Singh came in at number 3. Wasn't really able to get going. 2 off of 3. But Andrew Winter, he did a job really. He stayed in for 24. Delivery stayed in until a good amount. But that was one of the best shots we've seen. That just chipped over the infield and it ran away for 4. And then, well, that was Ravi Jaku who hit some beautiful shots. 3 4s and a 6. 20 off 12 for him, striking at 166. And that was a 6 for Andrew Winter down the ground. And it was a good shot. And then Jay Prakash came in and he got the wicket of Ravi Jaku. But it was great bowling from him. 1 for 14. He still is one of the top leading wicket takers in this tournament. And Ankush Kumar, 2 for 17. He adds to his tally. Jay Prakash, that was clipped. And this one did sail all the way. Didn't think he quite got all of it. His head went down pretty much as soon as he hit it. You can see there he wasn't pretty confident, but it ended up flying over. And then Deep Josan. Well, this was a bit of a comedy moment as Jay Prakash lost his footing and it went over the boundary for 6 runs. But then Ankush Kumar got the wicket of Andrew Winter. He finished on 24, going at a runner ball. But it was a good delivery from Ankush Kumar. Pretty much up and down, just doing the basics. And that's another wicket. Kumar now moves on to 17. But Pandawadab wasn't able to trouble the scorers. He went for a golden duck, trying to get on with things. But that was really the start of the end as wickets kept on falling. We had to go upstairs twice. This was the second time, and this time Sonny got his man. He got another wicket as well. This one going straight up in the air, but it was a good catch from Jitesh Kumar Balakrishna, the skipper in the covers. He's dropped a few this tournament, but he'll be happy to take that. But that was really the end of it. And the Coimbra Knights finished on 81 for 7. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 10 minutes as the Gamblers SE look to chase down 82 to solidify their lead at the top of the standings. As you're watching match number 24 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. And welcome back to el Estadio Municipal de Merando do Corvo here in Coimbra. And you join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network for the second innings of match number 24. We're halfway through the evening's play, and we're about to see the response from the Gamblers SC as they look to chase down 82 off of their 10 overs. Coimbra Knights a little bit below par with the bat, has to be said. Deep Josan is going to be opening the bowling for the Coimbra Knights, and they're obviously under the leadership of that man there, Chris Redhead, back into the 11 for this game. And it's going to be interesting to see how tight they decide to go pretty early on. Obviously not a massive total on the board, 82 required for victory, as we're almost ready to get underway. And no surprise at the top of the order, Kuldeep Gulia alongside Amandeep Kokad for the GSC. And again, a warm welcome to everybody around the world, whether you're watching on YouTube, on our YouTube channel, the ECN European Cricket Network, or on FanCode in India. A very good evening to all of you around the world, as we're almost ready to get underway for the second innings. And well, Coimbra Knights like to give a few upsets, but we're almost ready to get underway. Just waiting for the time to be the right time. And it is going to be Deep Josan to get us underway in the second innings. Starts as this is into the pads, and they'll come through for a single. And it's an inside edge onto the pads, so Kuldeep Gulia off the mark straight away. And it brings Amandeep Kokad on strike. And this is hit flat straight to Gurjit Singh, and it's a misfield, and it won't cost him any runs. It will just be the single. Amandeep Kokad with the highest score of 22 in this tournament. He's not quite come off with the bat. Obviously played for a good few teams, Indian Royals or Irish, and now the Gamblers SC. Well, that's a wide, and it doesn't really get much wider than that, but it's well watched by Aman Singh. And I had an interesting time with Chris Redhead a couple of days ago. Took us out for a game of paddle alongside Miguel Stoneman and Gert Oosthuizen. Very interesting. I had a very good time. It's very warm, and that's clipped into the leg side, and that's going to be the first boundary, and it's off the bat of Amandeep Kokad, and it's 6 corridas. Good start for Gamblers SC in their chase.
Offside
Well, this lifts off a length. Deep Josan, he's got a bit of bounce. He's very tall. They come through safely for a single. Good cricket. Gets the boundary and then rotates the strike. Kokad moves on to 8 now. Kuldeep Gulia, oh, what a tournament he's had really with the bat. He's had a good few scores, but I'm interested in seeing Ankush Kumar. And this is a full toss into the leg side. There is a man at deep mid wicket, so it will just be a single. Kuldeep Gulia as well. They're obviously a high score of 57 not out against Marlow. Got 146 runs in this tournament so far. And this is hit straight down the ground. He's right off the toe of the bat, so it won't go out of the 30-yard circle, and it'll be collected by Gurjit Singh, and it's a single to end the over, but a good over. 13 off it. Good start to the chase. And I know that there's many people also that will be keeping an eye on the Women's Euro final. England taking on Germany, which is a bit of an interesting one. So myself, the only Englishman in the blue crew. And then project manager Maxi, he's from Germany, so me and him have been having some words about this final. At At the moment, England 1-0 up. And Andrew Winter is going to be in to bowl the second over. Starts well, right in the corridor of uncertainty straight away. Amandeep Kokar saying, well, that's what I really should have done with that ball, is played it right over the onside, but that's an outstanding delivery from Winter straight up. This time he splits the field. This is going to run away. It's a beautiful shot from Amandeep Kokar. And that goes all the way. Touch of class there. And it's 4 runs. Was looking to go big into the onside, looking to open it up. But this time holds back and just fends this down to the vacant third man region. And it's another boundary, and yet again off the bat of Amandeep Kokar. Wow, this one skids through. Gatu's days and says no. And the signal he gave looked as if it was going down the leg side. We take another look here. I think that's a good call, really. Audrey Winter gets a bit of extra bounce there and a bit of nip off the seam. And I think it was going on to miss leg stump. That's a big swing, and he's gone. And Amandeep Kokar, he's not happy. Gatu stays and stands there, says, you got to go. And the first wicket goes, and it's the man who's got most of the runs, Kokar. He has to go. He's not happy. He's furious. There was certainly a noise. And it was a big swing outside the off stump. It was a fine nick. And Gatu stays and sends him on his way. And the first wicket falls, and the Gamblers 17 for 1. So the man who has been in the runs throughout this tournament makes his way out to the middle. Ankush Kumar coming in at number 3. He's been in this position before. If he gets going, he really can take the game away. But these two teams, well, Coimbra Knights certainly need a few more early wickets if they're going to get a chance to make a big upset here. Ankush Kumar, leading run scorer at the moment by 9.
Come on, Andy, come on.
Suman Gimity of the Gorka 11. Well, Gorka 11, they'll be in the last game this evening. That'll be coming up in an hour's time. And starts with a leg side wide. Wow, and Ankush Kumar straight into the action, and this sails over the leg side boundary, and it's a Maximo here in Portugal, and it's that man again, Ankush Kumar. Well, an interesting bit of information whilst that ball gets fetched from behind the stand. Andrew Winter, he's very straight up about things, just turned around and went, it's a pretty good shot really, and I think that's a good mentality to have, especially when you're up against batsmen of the likes of Kumar and Golia. They're two talented men with a bat in hand, and you just have to say sometimes, well, that just was a good shot. So 1 delivery remaining, needs a response. It's a good response from Winter, as Ankush Kumar was looking to fetch that into the leg side. And it brings us to the end of the second over. Gamblers 24 for 1. And it's a good over for both teams really. The wicket coming off it, just 11 runs as well. But in the context of this game, they need to get these runs down and take a few more early wickets. But there we go, those are the standings at the moment. See that first game this evening between the Knights and Marlow, going Marlow's way. So they solidify their spot at number 3 in the standings. Obviously, if you weren't aware, on Wednesday, the finals night, the first game will be second taking on third in the standings. First will go automatically into the final, and the winner of the second versus third playoff will go into the final to take on the first position. But we're going to see Manjeet Singh here in the third. Starts off with a Gundy ball, and this is going to go all the way, and it's another boundary, and this is Kuldeep Galia getting his account open, and it's another 4 runs. It was a short delivery right into the pitch, and it was a slow one as well. And it sails towards the boundary for another 4 runs. And this total slowly being engulfed by the Gamblers SC here. And this is hit into the offside, and Galia, sensible cricket, gets the boundary. Knows that not every ball has to go with a total on the board such as 82. And this is just a single into the offside. And this clips the pad, but it's going to run away, and it's going to be another boundary, so it's going to be 4 leg byes. This one going down the leg side. It just gets worse as another boundary goes, and it's now looking like an almost impossible job here for the Coimbra Knights. Flicking the pad, I think it was the back pad. That's an interesting one there. It's the front pad, in fact. But it goes away, and it runs away for 4 runs. A good evening to Mike Seal in the chat. Hope you're well, Mike. Join us here on a very lovely sunny evening. A warm evening, has to be said. Temperature now at around 37 degrees, so not really getting any cooler. And this one is a dot ball. Might have been a bit of a bottom edge. It's a good comeback from Singh. It's another shot, but it's down the leg side this time. And Kumar looking to go big. No surprise there. And this is just comfortably played into the offside. A bit of hesitation. The direct hit would have been close. There was a hesitation from Kumar. Kuldeep Galia was pretty much set on his way. Ankush Kumar, but he's also looking as if he might have done a bit of an injury there. He's looking a little bit like he's hobbling a little bit gingerly. And this is a good shot into the offside, but well fielded. And it's just a dot ball. And that's a good end to a pretty tidy over, really just 7 off it. At the end of the third and the end of the power play, the Gamblers are 35 for 1. You can take a look there, obviously. At the end of their power play, the Coimbra Knights were sat at 24 for 2, so they're ahead of the rate already. And with a low score on the board, you just have to wonder, is there going to be a change in this game? As anyone who's paying attention, Germany have equalised, so Maxi will be happy. Angie Winter is going to continue into his second over. 1 for 11 off his first. Short and punished into the leg side. And when you've got a short boundary on either side, that's not the delivery you want to bowl. And Winter gets punished, and Kumar goes all the way, and it's 6 carreras. So this one sailing into the stand. And that man again, Ankush Kumar, hits it strongly into the leg side. And this is an interesting stat. So with this innings currently, after that 6, Ankush Kumar has hit 19 sixes in this tournament. Outstanding from him. 114 runs have gone by flying over the boundary for 6. He's also hit 26 fours in that time as well. And don't forget that the Gamblers will have many more games to play as they look like they're going to set their place in for the final. This is right off the cue end of the bat. It would have been a close call. But Ankush Kumar, he really is struggling. He's got an injury somewhere. He hobbles back to the non-striker's end. It doesn't seem to be affecting his striking at the moment. It just feels like the temperature's just increased again. It's gone down to 35 now, but it just feels like it's got even hotter. Good delivery from Winter. Golia just fishing at this one outside the off stump. But this is good from Winter. He's keeping runs to a minimum apart from that 1-6. And another big shot from Golia, unable to pounce on this one. Right on that length where it's just asking a few questions of the batsman. Golia unable to answer them here. He's just struggling ever so slightly. He's got a runnable 7 so far. Oh, that's done everything. It's a slower ball. It's dipped to all ends. And, well, it's a direct hit. It's a great bit of work from, I think that's Emni Zaman. Fine leg. It's a direct hit, but Suleiman Saeed turns around and says he doesn't. Well, I don't need the use of the cameras. That's in for me, so it's not out. But a great bit of work. We wouldn't have been able to use the cameras anyway, as it was blocked by the fielder. But it's a single to the total. And this one stays low. And Gertu stays and turns around and says no. And Winter on his hinges. Good end to the over. This one just looked like it was impacting outside, and it was. May have just gone on to hit, maybe clip the off stump, but the impact was outside the line of the off stump. And it brings us to the end of the 4th. Well, they're halfway there, really. Gamblers 43 for 1. And it gives us an opportunity to inform you on what we've got going on all of our social media channels. Obviously, we've got 7 now. European Cricket Network going global on all social medias: Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Josh in India, TikTok and Telegram, as well as Ravi Jaku comes into the attack. And this is just met with the full face of the bat, and it's a dot ball to start. I only found out about what actually was yesterday.
No problem.
It's a short form video platform in India, for those who were wondering. And Golia loses his shape, but he'll get a run for it. That's just when Golia looks a little bit out of shape, is when he just, a little bit out of form, is when he loses his shape. Obviously a class batsman. He made his debut for Portugal. At the top of the order for Portugal. And this is punished into the offside. There's a man there. He does well. That's Balvinder Singh. Keeps it to just the 1. Now the skipper, Chris Redhead, he still believes. He's keeping his team going here. And this is a bottom edge, and Golia again loses his shape, and it'll just be single. Pandawad just saying, be careful, Kuldeep. I'm there, I'm ready. There he is, Chris Redhead, the skipper, leading from the front. Interesting to see if he gets an opportunity with the ball. This is hit flat, and Kumar turns the single down. Chris Redhead, he's taken 9 wickets in this tournament. He's alongside Amandeep Kumar and Rahul Bhardwaj on 9 wickets. This is off the bat, and this is going to run away. So Kumar taking a bit of a more conservative approach, just hitting the deliveries that are in his arc, and this is going to race away, and it goes for another boundary. And this game slowly running away from the Knights. Good evening to CJ Sharp. Come on, saying, come on the Knights, quick 10 wickets needed. So an interesting over in the 5th, and at the halfway stage, 50 for 1 are the GSC. That's the story at the moment. Amandeep Kulkarni, he got going well, but he was caught behind by off the bowling of Andrew Winter. 7 coming off that final over. Dot, and then 2 dots, 3 singles and a 4. So once again, not going without a boundary in every over. And this is going to be not the start that Aman Singh would have wanted. It's a offside wide. You can see at the moment the Knights were 46 for 2 at this stage, so already ahead runs wise, and they've got a wicket in hand as well. And Golia again looking to play this, but it's a wide. Comes down the track, tries to meet him, unable to get a better bat on this one, and it will be another dot ball. It's the first legal delivery in this over. And this is hit into the offside, and Ravinder Singh will cut this off, and it'll just be another single to the total. Mike Seal saying, with it being so hot in Portugal, why do the umpires wear black? Well, it's just customary on the European Cricket Network. It's obviously you can't wear white because of the white ball. It's just what every ECN tournament has. And well, this is slashed over the offside, and Angus Kumar gets back in on the action, and this is another boundary, and it says corridas. It's too wide from Aman Singh. He hasn't really looked comfortable. He's not quite got his rhythm going here. And this is bigger. Doesn't quite get all of this. And it's put down. Gurdeep Singh puts Ankush Kumar down, and that's a big chance gone astray. Didn't quite get all of this Kumar. More had height than legs. Gurdeep Singh was racing back. He was trying to palm it up, but just wasn't able to do so. And Golia will hit this, and it's well fielded by Chris Redhead in the covers. Aman Singh, 1 for 11 off of his 5 deliveries. But he's got Ankush Kumar again on strike. And this is into the offside again, straight to Balwinder Singh, who does really well. It's not easy there, he's down a hill, but he does well, gets something behind it, and it's a single to end the over. At the end of the 6th, Gambler 62 for 1. And we take a look at the bowling figures at the moment. Look at the bowlers. Oh, obviously Andrew Winter the only bowler to bowl his 2 overs. Looks like Ravi Jaku is possibly going to bowl out his second, and he will. So none for 7 off his first over. And well, you just think at this point, 20 off of 24 now. And this is even bigger into the leg side. And Angus Kumar looking to get on with things. He's got somewhere to be, clearly. And this is another 6 runs. Angus Kumar just sat in his crease and demolished that into the leg side. 14 now off 23. And again into the leg side. He's trying to finish things here in this over. That's pretty much copy-paste. It's in the same area, and it's another 6 runs. Just rocked back and met with the full force of Angus Kumar. And there's a question about fielding, but it certainly doesn't really matter where you put your fielders and how they get on. If it's sailing over the boundary like that, Angus Kumar, that's his 5th, 6th. That's now his 22nd 6 in this tournament. Oh dear! Oh no! Oh no! That's a bottom edge, and that's gone right into the face of the keeper. And there's a big quick rush here. Went down straight away, and that's not what we want to see here. And he's up already, but I think, well, you just have to feel for him there. As I can just let you know that obviously the schedule here over the next few weeks on the European Cricket Network, as we start our German vacation from tomorrow, and well, that will be a little bit later, as due to issues out in Germany, but that will be starting 2 hours later than normal. So we get underway. Tyrone and Rico will be taking you through the matches there, and we'll also be then going over to Krefeld. Obviously, we were in Krefeld a few months ago for the Tri-Series between Germany, Austria, and Sweden. I think Austria have just gone on to win the regional qualifiers up in Finland, and then we also go to Belgium. I'll be joining Vinny Sandu. Vinny Sandu will be returning from his 3-week break. He'll be back in Belgium, in Brussels. And well, there we go. So that's the information for the next game, match number 25. So obviously we have a time here, and then we'll be going straight into that game. That's in half an hour's time, just over 48 minutes time. And obviously interesting to see Gorka 11. They'll be wanting to take a victory. They can push their fight for the top spot, but I think he is okay. He's just taking a little bit of time here, and rightly so, as he's getting a bit of medical treatment. I think he's obviously taken a serious hit there. Just trying to get a confirmation. He's down at the moment. He's got a big crowd around him. Obviously, it's really, really hot here at the moment. It's just trying to give him any shade and plenty of fluids, and again, at the moment, just a break in play due to an injury, as there was an inside edge and Keeper was stood up. He would just come up for that ball as well. And there's a bottom edge onto the mat and then clipped up right into the face of Andy Balkin. He's kneeling over it. He looks as if he's okay. He's obviously not going to continue. And well, I can let you know, obviously, just a reminder that we obviously will be going to the European Cricket Championship in a few weeks' time. 5 weeks of international T10 cricket coming up. And obviously we start with Group A on the 12th to the 16th of September. Ireland will be taking on Spain, Austria, Czech Republic and Portugal, and that is going to be a very, very tough group. Obviously some familiar names in that for the European Cricket Network family, as there will be obviously Corey Rutgers for the national head coach of Spain. But don't forget that European Cricket Network that European Cricket Championship, I should say, will be under the lights to prime time, and they will be starting at 11:30 local time every single day. But obviously there will be 7 games of cricket, as not only will there be the ECC from Monday to Friday, there will also be the European Cricket T10 tournament in Spain on Saturday and Sunday. And a bit of an update as to what's going on at the moment, as Balkin is still retrieving some treatment. Oh, that's the golden ball timeline at the moment. Obviously we've had a good handful of golden balls since the start. Obviously that first one in Alicante and Alfas, Sporting Alfas. And well, that's the timeline. So overall we've had 12 victories for the bat in a golden ball and 19 for the ball. But good news on the ground. Andy Balkin is up and he is going to be walking away. Got a bit of guidance, so he's up and he's conscious, which is always good to see. He makes his way off the field. He makes his way off, so a bit of news as to what will happen now. So Andy Balkin will be replaced by MD Zaman with the gloves, and so Balkin will be obviously replaced with the gloves. He makes his way to achieve more medical treatment off the field, and MD Zaman will take the gloves, and then the 12th man, Harvinder Singh, will come onto the field. As we're almost ready, it should be getting back underway in a couple of moments or so. Christmas saying, is there an ambulance on site? There isn't an ambulance on site, but there are individuals with medical training, medical courses, so he will be receiving treatment. Never nice to see on the cricket field. And again, appreciate everybody's patience here for that injury pause. But Coimbra Knights, well, they've had a really rough time of it with their keepers. You don't want to be a keeper if you're in the Coimbra Knights. 2 of their wicket keepers have now had injuries. Obviously, Girish Singh and now Andy Balkin. But I think we're almost set to get back underway. Obviously the scenario at the moment, you almost completely ignore the fact that there's a cricket game on when something like that happens, but the Gamblers only need 8 runs off of 21 deliveries.
So if there's one more over, you ball the next over, yeah?
So it will be Ravi Jaku to continue here in the 7th over, and again a huge thank you to everybody for their patience, and I will be sure to get an update as soon as I can during the break between matches 24 and 25.
Andrew, square leg inside, yeah?
Never nice to see. Harvinder Singh has come on as 12th man, but we're almost ready to get things back underway, and It's going to be Ankush Kumar on strike. 8 for victory for the Gamblers SC. Ravi Jaku will be continuing his over. And it's a full delivery, and Kumar just drags this into the onside. It'll be a single. Just goes to show. See, hindsight is a great thing, but he was standing back originally, was Balkin, but eventually he was asked to come up. Didn't have a helmet on the pitch, but it's a real shame, and obviously thoughts go to him, and I hope he makes a speedy recovery, but I will get an update on him as soon as I can. It's a wide ball down the offside. Ravi Jaku obviously just losing his rhythm, I think. Obviously that long pause in play. And this is hit well into the offside, and it's well fielded by Gurjit Singh, and it'll just be 1 run. So it's now just 5 runs required for victory. Kirsty saying helmets are a must in my opinion. I think I have to agree. At any level. That's a great delivery from Ravi Jaku. And that'll bring us to the close of the over at the end of the 7th. Gamblers 77 for 1. Just requiring 5 runs for victory. So they can do it in 1 hit now. Can the Gamblers SC. And this victory will solidify their place at the top of the standings in this tournament. Currently top at the moment with 16 points, but a victory here will allow them to go 4 points ahead of Gorka 11, who they will meet in match number 25 in around about bang on half an hour's time. As Balvinder Singh, who's been doing a great job out on the offside boundary, now has an opportunity with the ball, but just feel that it's going to be a little bit too late. It's just 5 runs required for victory. Chris Redhead making sure he's getting everything right and ensuring that they try and make this 5 runs last as long as possible. And well, that might be the game, and it will be. So we'll finish with 6 runs into the offside from Kuldeep Galia. He finishes on 19, and Gamblers, they take victory again by 9 wickets here. It was a bit of a no ball as well, but obviously doesn't really matter as it was done with style with a 6 into the offside, and Kuldeep Galia hits the winning runs for the GSC. And a huge thank you to everybody for your patience throughout that innings. Appreciate it's not always comfortable viewing, but I'll get an update on Andy Balkin as soon as I can. But we take a look at the highlights, and well, Amandeep Gogard got off to a good start, didn't he? 13 off 8 for him, a 4 and a 6. It was a good start with that shot, just clipped into the leg side. And that was the second one, just this time showing a different side. A glance into the offside for advantage, but then he was eventually caught behind. He wasn't happy, was Gogard. Gadu stays and put his finger up pretty much straight away, but he had to go, did Gogard. That brought Ankush Kumar, and that really is the dangerous partnership that we've seen time and time again. Kuldeep Galia alongside Ankush Kumar. Kumar finishing on 40 not out off of 19 deliveries with 1 4 and 5 6s, bringing his total tally of 6s in this tournament up to 22. And it's incredible hitting, certainly is. Kuldeep Galia finishing on 19 off of just 16, a 4 and a 6 to his name. Never really looked comfortable, it has to be said, did Kuldeep. Obviously a talented batsman, obviously playing for Portugal. Ankush Kumar, look how easy he makes that look. No effort really. And then what the bowlers, well, no one really. And when you've got a total like that and you've got batsmen in the crease, such as Kumar and Angolia. It's not easy, but a good over from Manjeet Singh. He only went for 7 off of his over. And Aman Singh, none for 12. Andrew Winter, 1 for 19, so he got the wicket. But that was the end of the game, as it was a 6 over at the offside. So again, at the end of match 24, the Gamblers SC have beaten Coimbra Knights by 9 wickets. But we'll be back in around about 27 minutes for match number 25 as Gamblers SC. They'll be taking on Gorka 11. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be back in 25 minutes. You're watching FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. And a very warm welcome back to El Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo, here just outside the city of Coimbra. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network for match 25 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. And what a game we have for you to finish off the evening, as it's a top of the table clash, as Gamblers SC, they take on Gorka 11, and Gorka 11 have won the toss and have elected to bat first. Again, they know if they're going to get that top spot, if they're going to get anywhere near it, they need to improve their net run rate. And taking a look at the 11s for both teams, obviously some names to pick out there. Obviously bowlers wise for Gamblers, as they'll be bowling on first here, as it'll be interesting. Padveen Singh, Nitin Kamboj and Ankush Kumar, both with bat and ball for Kumar. But then also looking at the Gorka 11, Suman Gimidi and Rahul Kumar, they are the men that have got it all to do for the Gorka 11, as we're almost ready to get underway here in Portugal. Match number 25 coming your way. And a very good evening to everybody watching all around the world, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, European Cricket Network, or whether you're watching on FanCode in India, as we're set to almost get underway here in match number 25. Just a bit of a delay, waiting for the correct time to be set. And a good evening to Chris Smith and Shiva Paul and to Alter Ego and to Untitled as well. And again, I can give you a very quick update on Andy Balkin. He has been taken to the local medical centre. He's conscious, he's okay. He's just been taken for checks. He's got a bit of a bruised eye. Well, luckily it wasn't too much of a cut, so it wasn't too much blood out on the pitch. So it was just for concussion checks, and he was a little bit lightheaded. So they've taken him just as a precaution. So obviously wishing him all the very best in his recovery. We're almost ready to get underway. Not too sure on what we're still waiting on here. And it's still away, but no surprise that Padveen Singh is going to be opening up the bowling for the Gamblers SC. And we're still waiting, but once again, thank you very much for joining us here on the European Cricket Network, and thank you for your continued support as we ended up getting past that 300,000 subscriber mark. A huge thank you to everybody, and obviously the Ice Bucket Challenge was completed, so keep an eye out on the socials for that one. As I think we're ready to get underway, and it is going to be Padveen Singh who will be opening the bowling here in match number 25 as we get it underway. Starts with an inside edge, and they'll come through for an early single, and Suman Gimini off the mark. So this is going to be a huge game in the context of this tournament. Obviously first taking on second. This is a full toss, and it's been slapped away, and it's going to be the first boundary. And Imran Khan gets his account open. It's a no ball as well, so not the start from Padveen Singh that he would have wanted. And Padveen Singh doesn't quite get it on the mark early on here, and he's now got a free hit to deal with. And Imran Khan, what a way to get off the mark. He's gifted a full toss outside the off stump. Now he's got an opportunity to capitalise with a bonus ball. It's a free hit. It's well bowled, and he tucks him right up. It's an inside edge into the onside, and collected by Sunil Kumar. And it's just a single, so the no ball not really costing them a lot. And driven well, but doesn't take on the arm of Nitin Kamboj. They know he's one of the strongest fielders in this team, but he looks like he's just struggling with a bit of an injury. You can see him there. Obviously that's his bowling arm. Don't want to see him injure it here. This one just fishing this one outside the off. And they come, flows through to the keeper to Kuldi Golia. And it's another dot ball. It's another wild swipe from Suman Gimidi. And it brings an end to a pretty steady over. Smashed for a 4 early on. It was a no ball, but he comes back and he's finishing off this over pretty strongly here as Padavin Singh.
Thank you. No, thank you.
And Singh for his final delivery into the leg side. This will sail over. So not the end to the over that he would have wanted. It's a bit of a messy over for Padavin Singh. And it's another 4 runs, and it's 11 off the first for Gorkha 11. And we take a look at the bat versus ball wall, and this is going to be one of the tighter contests. Gamblers haven't got a victory over Gorkha yet in this tournament, and they're certainly going to be up for revenge here. And the Supercomputer, well, to put it simply, going to be a close one. No surprise that Nitin Kamboj is going to be starting here, and he gets dispatched over the offside. And Imran Khan once again goes swiftly into the offside, and he goes all the way, and it's 6 carreras. And Kamboj not the start, so these two just proving that it doesn't always go their way. Might have been Singh getting hit for a early boundary, and as does Nitin Kamboj here. You just have to wonder how much that injury to his left shoulder is playing on him here. And this one, top of off, tries to again play this into the offside. More of a cut shot really, but unable to get anything on it. And it's a good comeback from Nitin Kamboj. This down the leg side, good take from Kuldeep Golia, but it is going to be a wide down the leg side, just proving that it's not as easy as it seems out there at the moment. Kuldeep Golia always got a smile on his face as the keeper batsman. And why not when you're keeping as well as he is, and when you're batting as solidly as he is as well? Why would you not be happy with the way that things are going? Stretches for this one, but it will be a wide. Kamboj really struggling here, unable to get his rhythm going. Just doesn't look as fluid through his run up and action as he normally does. Doesn't follow through as far as we've seen him. This is again a better delivery into the ribs of Imran Khan, and come through for another single. Kamboj continuing here. He's still got 3 deliveries to go. Well, that's not going to help his confidence as Suman Gimidi goes aerial, and this sails over the boundary, and it's another 6 runs. Kamboj getting treatment here. None for 15 off of his first 4 deliveries. Not what we're used to seeing from The man with 93 on the back of his shirt, on the European Cricket Network. He's got 1 delivery, 2 deliveries left. Well, it's an opportunity. It would have been an outstanding catch, but it's put down. And that's a big opportunity, and for a batsman such as Suman Gimini, to put him down, it's not an easy chance, but when you've got batsmen like that, you need to take those half chances. As it's a good comeback, burst through the gloves of Kuldeep Galia. There was a little bit of anger in that one from Kamboj, not the over that he would have wanted. 15 from the second. Gorkha 11, 26 for none after 2. And there we go. First taking on second here. And the victory for Gamblers would really solidify their spot at the top. 6 points difference would come from a victory here. And Gorkha 11, they could just make things a little bit tighter if they take a victory here in match number 25 this evening. And what a setting and what an evening it is for cricket. The temperature slowly falling, however, it's still very warm. 33 degrees here at, what's that now, 20 to 8 local time. But Parveen Singh continuing here. And Imran Khan goes big into the leg side. That's a beautiful shot. Flies off the bat of Imran Khan, and it goes all the way, and it's yet again another maximum here. This one sailing over the boundary. Doesn't quite get all of it, but it goes a distance, and on a ground like this, you only need to get a little bit on it, and it sails all the way for 6, and the opening bowler's under a gosh of pressure here. That's going to be a dead ball, so not quite getting that one off where he wanted to. And again, just looks like, similar to Nitin Kamboj, just struggling with his rhythm. Doesn't look like he's flowing through. And that clatters into the thigh pad, and it's a dot ball. And Inayam just reminded me, I am up to date. The England ladies did go ahead and win the Euro, so a huge congratulations to them. I know Maxi won't be too displeased, but again, great to see that sport in general, not just cricket, but also sport in general, just really thriving at the moment. Full toss and into the leg side. And I think this has gone all the way, and it has. Buckstoneman raises his arms. Manos arriba, arbitro. And this goes all the way for another 6 runs. I know that many viewers are missing out on some Rico action tonight, but obviously Rico will be in Germany. This is a full toss in swinging Yorker. Doesn't get the Yorker right. It sails over the boundary. Now Rico will be back on air tomorrow morning alongside Tyrone Peters. Obviously Tyrone was here for the first week doing some tournament refereeing, but he's flew to Dresden, and he will be alongside Rico in the commentary box in the Ice Cube. But Parveen Singh under a lot of pressure here. Up in the air, it's a big opportunity, and it's taken. It's a good catch by the man at point, and the onslaught of Imran Khan comes to an end. He goes for 24 off of 9. The first wicket falls. Gorkha 11, 38 for 1. Yeah, he completely lost the top hand. Very bottom-handed shot came right across it, but it's a good catch from the fielder, and that's gonna put Parveen Singh in a little bit of a better mood. He expects the highest of quality from himself, but he gets the breakthrough. And that man, Rahul Kumar, makes his way out to the middle. Again, being a serious force to deal with the bat. He's currently got 150 runs exactly to his name. He's got a high score of 45 as well. 45 not out that was as well. But he's got an opportunity here to set a very serious total. 38 on the board already, with 2 overs left of the power play. I wonder if he's going to go straight away from the off.
चलो 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 अगली बॉल पे ध्यान रखो शाबाश
And that's well bowled from Parveen Singh, and it'll just be dropped into the offside, and he's off the mark straight away with a single. Great innings from Imran Khan at the top of the order, getting the explosive start that Gorka would have wanted. Obviously, they know that their net run rate needs to be increased. Before this game, they were sat on a net run rate of just plus 1.19. So Marlow, if they end up getting a few more victories under their name, their net run rate could be close. And this is into the leg side. He's not quite got all of this. I don't think it's going to go all the way. Eventually, it's fielded by Ryan Khan, and they come through for another single. So a good over again if you're a Gorka 11 fan, but not if you're a Gamblers fan. As at the end of the third, Gorka 11 already 43 for 1. You can see there, obviously, that wicket falling in the third over, but good runs from each over, going at a good total at the moment. 43 off of just 3 overs. Gorka 11 obviously electing to bat. Obviously going 11, 15 and 17 off the first 3 overs. And no surprise, we're going to see Ankush Kumar into the attack, the leading wicket taker in this tournament now. Good afternoon to Shudit Yadav in the chat. I hope you're well. Doing a great job as always. Into the leg side, and it's palmed into the boundary, and it's 4 runs. It was a good attempt from the man out there. I think that's Ryan Khan. Ankush Kumar looking to get a wicket early on. Gimity into the leg side. Didn't quite get all of this. He palmed it up. Then it bounced just before the boundary and sailed over, so it's another 4 runs. This time it's the offside. This is going to run into the offside. Fielded by Nitin Gaboj. He's running away with the ball. I think he's generally concerned about that shoulder injury. And it's another single to the total, and a good cricket from Gimity here. Good delivery to the left-hander Kumar, unable to get this one away. Good take from Kuldeep Galia once again. There's a bit of a change in the field as a deep extra cover just sort of comes a regular deep cover. Wow, and it's bowled down the leg side, and they'll race through, and Suman Gimity, the Duracell bunny, will come through for the single off the wide. It's a dead ball. There's a lot of chat in the field. There's a lot of people just trying to work out who should be where. This is played well into the offside, straight to the fielder. That's good fielding from Jay Prakash, and it's another single to the total. So interestingly enough, this is a good tidy over from Kumar. Just 8 from it. Got 2 deliveries left. Had a missed catch as well. This is into the offside. Good shot from Ankush Kumar, and Rahul Kumar comes safely through, and it's another 2 runs to the total. Both 2 Kumars up against each other, and it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top. But that time, it's 2 runs to the total. And I'm just going to put a early shout in here. They might be a little bit behind the over rate. They're getting through this over particularly very, very slowly. And Rahul Kumar going for the big shot into the leg side. Doesn't quite time it. They're going to come back for the second. Could be close at the far end. Well, we're going to go upstairs. And I think the reason we're going to go upstairs is I'm not too sure as to whether or not he's taken this cleanly. He took it with one hand and was very quick to take the bails off. But the ball also flew out at the same time. So this is going to be very interesting. We take another look here. I think he's out. If it sticks in the glove, he's not out. For me, that's not out, as he's not taken it cleanly. And I think that's very, very quickly going to be given as not out. It's clumsy from Kuldeep Gulier, it has to be said. Try to do it in style, the one-handed approach. And he survives another day. So another 2 to the total. And at the end of the 4th, Gorkha 11, 52 for 1. So Kuldeep Gulier, well, he had a lot of time. I don't know why he went for the two-handed approach. Well, there we go. Day 1 of 12 of the Group A matches tomorrow in Dresden. We start at the later time of 8:30 GMT, 10:30 Central European, and 2 o'clock in India. It's due to some unforeseen circumstances out in Germany, so we start at the later time. So you can have a lie-in, and the crew will be able to get a lie-in tomorrow morning. But Dresden take on Victoria Berlin in matches 1 and 2, and then we'll also go to ACB Kerala taking on ACB Kerala will be taking on Magdeburg. But we continue here, and it's early signs of spin. This is into the offside. Well fielded by Cambodia. Will just be 1 run to Suman Gimidi. Opportunity of buzzers, and Gimidi's off already. Rahul Kumar turns around and goes, "I'm not as quick as you. Settle down." Just show that this match means a lot to both teams. Obviously, first taking on second. Short into the leg side. That's going to go all the way. It is. It's going to be 6 corridas. And it's off the bat of Rahul Kumar. Sunil Kumar getting this one wrong. This one all the way. Too short, too straight. Short, but this one skids through, and I think he's got his man. And that's terribly unlucky for Rahul Kumar. He's a huge part of this batting lineup, and this one just staying ever so low. The pitch misbehaving once again. Stays low, and takes off the bails, and he has to go for 11. And another wicket falls. Gorkha 11, 59 for 2. Take a look at this one, just skidding the outside off. Only just clipping the stumps, and he has to go as Mandeep Maul, again a capable batsman, comes out to the middle.
When the short down, Katashi. Oh, walk, okay.
And it is still going to be Sunil Kumar. So he's had a good time with it early on here. 1 for 7 off of his first 3. But he's got Mandeep Maul in at the attack now. And Maul tries to go early. He's been given the license as it's a wider delivery. He misses out, but it's still the wide delivery. This is going to be another wide down the leg side, and Sunil Kumar, nickname is Sunny, just getting things wrong after getting the wicket. There's still 3 deliveries left, but that's a good comeback right in the block. Right in the block out of Suman Gimidi. He's 19 off 14 now. He's hit some glorious shots, and when he takes his time, gives himself a bit of momentum going into his innings. Really does normally pay off, as he's missed out here. There's an appeal, and it's given as a wide. And there's some very unhappy that Gamblers SC. And Galia was pretty much certain, but it's a wide ball. And again, and this time he gets punished, and this is going to go all the way. 6 corridas. Suman Gimri moves into the 20s, and he's looking pretty comfortable at the crease. It's a Gundy ball. It's down the leg side, and he just helps it on its way, really. Doesn't have to get a lot on this. And the chasing Amandeep Kokar unable to cut this off. Well, Sunil Kumar got the wicket, but this over is just becoming more and more expensive. 1 for 18 after that wide. He's still got 1 delivery remaining. Make that 1 for 19 with still a delivery remaining. Sunny Kumar just getting pushed off his rhythm here. Wow, and it gets punished again. Suman Gimidi just picks this up, and it clatters into the back of the stand. And a great end to an expensive over. 25 from it, and at the end of the 5th over at the halfway stage, Gorka 11 looking comfortable, 77 for 2. And well, there you go. Suman Gimidi, well, he was going at just over a run a ball, giving himself a bit of time, and he's certainly paid off. 31 off of 16 for him. Imran Khan, 24 off of 9. And then Mandeep Maul in there at the moment after Rahul Kumar got a bit unlucky. And it skidded through, and he ended up going. But a good first half hit for Gorka 11. 77 for 2, going at just under 15 and a half. Mandeep Maul, he's going to be on strike, so yet to face a legal delivery. It's going to be Jay Prakash into the attack now. Mandeep Maul just needs to get Suman Gimidi on strike. That's a good start for Jay Prakash. Gets a bit of in movement off the seam. He's not an easy, he's a tricky customer, is Jay Prakash here in this tournament, has to be said. He's 4th on the wicket takers list, 10 alongside Janai Khan and Parveen Singh of Gamblers SC. Oh, this is an outside edge, and it's going to be 1 run, and it's well fielded by another backstop. They've got 2 in play. Again, I think the main reason, obviously, because the pitch is misbehaving. It's not easy for a keeper, but this one just evading Kuldeep Golia. Well, this one again stays low. Luckily, impact is certainly going down the leg side, and they come through for a leg bye. As signalled by Gertu Stazen, who is officiating alongside Bucks Stoneman in this game. So, Suleiman Saeed's stint as the on-field umpire is over for today. Mandeep Maul trying to go big. Gets cleaned up. It's just a full straight delivery from Jay Prakash. He gets his first wicket in this game, and he adds to his column. And another wicket falls, and they're now Gorka 11, 17-9 for 3. Mandeep Maul going for the deep in the crease approach. Not paying off this time, isn't able to connect. But he has to go for, without scoring. Correction, he did score. He got 1 run off that outside edge. He has to go for 1 off 3. But once again, a huge welcome to everybody, whether you're tuning in on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on FanCode in India. A huge good afternoon, good evening to you. We just hit 8 o'clock local time. Temperature still in the 30s. It's exactly 31 degrees. Still exceptionally hot here today. Mini heat wave this weekend. It was 37 yesterday, 39 today. I think it's 38 tomorrow. But I was lucky enough to get the Ice Bucket Challenge in today alongside tournament referee Suleiman Saeed. That'll most likely be up on our socials at some point. But Hardeep Singh comes in to the crease at number 5. He's got 2 deliveries to deal with Jay Prakash. Good delivery from Prakash, and they come through, and it's safely for a single, and he gets Suman Gimli back on strike. Suman Gimli's got 1 delivery to face from Prakash. Been a tidy over so far. There's a big appeal. Sliding down the leg side, and they come through for a leg bye. So no bat involved, but a good over nonetheless from Jay Prakash. Finishes with a tidy set of 1 for 3 off his first over, certainly going down leg side. And it's the end of the over, and at the end of the 6th, Gorka 80 for 3. If you are in the YouTube chat, do let me know where you're watching from. Get some questions in. Just myself, Charlie Hunt, here on commentary duties here in Portugal. And again, I appreciate everybody tuning in and your continued support. And what a big game this will be as we take a look at the bowling figures. And Sunil Kumar, 1 for 25 off of his single over. And you just have to wonder how big that over could be, depending on what the end result of this game will be. Just have to go and question what happened there. And Suman Gimli into the offside. That's exquisite cricket. And it sails past the diving Nitin Kamboj. He's not able to get anything on this, and that's a glorious cricket shot, 4 runs. And Suman Gimli, not quite the biggest of men, but he just uses pure timing and elegance in that shot. Straight through the covers, holds the pose, and it sails for another boundary. He moves on to 35. Into the leg side and make that back-to-back, as this time it goes all the way, and it says Correidas, and Suman Gimli is looking in fine touch at the moment. He's quick to pounce on anything back of a length that he's given. This goes all the way, and it's 6 runs. Ankush Kumar has not had the evening that he wanted with the ball. There's a bit of a pause in play, and I do just have to wonder how up to time they are in terms of time. And this is going to evade the skipper Balkrishnan, and it's racing away, and it's yet again another exquisite cover drive for 4. 2 full from Kumar. It's in the slot for Suman Gimidi. And again, he's such a good judge of length. And this goes all the way. And it's 4 runs to the total. Just looking in fine form. 45 off 21 now. Into the leg side. And it will go all the way. And that's 50 up in fine fashion. Suman Gimidi, that's his 3rd half century in this tournament. And he is looking like there's just no way of getting him out at the moment. And Suman Gimidi, 51 off of 22 deliveries. Outstanding stuff. You just have to wonder if he's finished yet. And this is comfortably played into the offside, and they'll come through for a single. Big over this so far. 21 from it. Ankush Kumar going the distance. Just not having the same day that he normally does here. Hardeep Singh gets in on the action, and this sails over the leg side boundary. Says Carreiras here in Portugal. Hardeep Singh saying, well, if you're doing it, I want to get involved. Doesn't want to be left out, doesn't want a bit of FOMO, and this goes all the way, and it's another 6 runs. And Ankush Kumar, an end to an over that he will not want to see the replay of. 27 off it. He finishes with figures of none for 32 off of his 2 overs. And at the end of the 7th, Gorkha already bringing up their full century, 108 for 3. And the action will not stop there, as we will be coming back tomorrow at the same time. It's actually a half an hour earlier, I should say. 2 o'clock GMT, 4 o'clock Central European time. And match 26, 27, 28, Marlow Calanders, they'll be coming back against Lisbon Capitals. And Marlow, they will be feeling as if they need to take 2 victories there, as the Coimbra Knights will be going up Gorkha 11 in match 28. But we continue here, Jay Prakash. And this is judged a wide ball. What hitting we've seen here. That's a good call from Gert Oosthuizen, just outside the wide line. This one will be inside the wide line, and Suman Gimidi just unable to get this away. It's Vinny Sand who jumps in the chat. A very good afternoon, good evening to you, Vinny. Says he's dropped the lurker emoji. Hope you're well, Vinny. Hope you travel safely. Oh, you're tuned in for some big hitting. And well, that is going to be a perfect example, but it finds the fielder. It's well watched by Nitin Kambodge, and it's another single. And Suman Gimidi is hitting it with pure power at the moment. Hardeep Singh along the ground this time. Just punches it into the onside. And Shahidul Rahman will come through and collect this for a single. And a big innings comes to an end. Jay Prakash gets the breakthrough. It's his 2nd wicket in this game, but what a spell of batting we've seen from Suman Gimidi. Some monstrous hits, both leg side and through the offside, but he goes 53 off of 26 deliveries, and it brings an end to an outstanding bit of batting. Suman Gimidi, 4 4s, 5 6s, and credit to Jay Prakash, just stuck to his line and length, top of off. Just said, well, at this point, I'm just going to stick to what I do. If you hit a good shot, it's a good shot. But he gets the breakthrough, and he gets credit where credit's due. The new man in is Rushan Singh, the keeper for Gorkha 11. He's got 2.2 overs to play with. Jay Prakash 2 for 5 off of 1.4. Just been going about his own thing really here, as any other bowler around him has really been getting tapped left, right and centre, 360 degrees. Starts with a big shot, and well, it would have been close as he wasn't quite aware of where the ball went, but it was spinning. It had so many revs on the ball. Kuldeep Galea wasn't able to take it cleanly, but he squirms through and he eventually keeps it to a dot ball. So a good start up against the new batsman. And it's again a good delivery right on a wide Yorker length. An exceptional spell from Jay Prakash. He finishes with figures of 2 for 5 off of his 2 overs. And in the context of this game, there's not much more you can ask for from a bowler. And at the end of the 8th, 111 for 4. And well, a bit of information. This is some key bit of info, as they need to get through this over in the next 3 minutes and start the next over, or they will encounter penalty runs. We've not seen it yet here in Portugal, but it's certainly on the cards. I did question it earlier. This is hit down the ground as Vandemela comes into the attack, and it will just be 1 run. Well, interestingly enough, they're still not rushing through this. I think Parveen Singh's got a bit of an inkling as to what's going on. He races back to his fielding position. That's big into the leg side. Don't know if he's quite got all of it. He doesn't, but it goes through, and it's going to be a boundary. And this one bursts through the hands of Amandeep Kokad, and it goes all the way for 4 runs. And this time into the offside, but it'll just be a single. It's collected by Kamboj. Slower delivery and picked. And Hardeep Singh picks this one up, and it sails over for yet again another 6 runs here. That's the 15th boundary in this innings from the Gorka 11 batting unit. 9 sixes as well. Absolutely sensational batting. They've got a minute to get through this over now. And that's going to be an outside edge, and it's going to be well fielded by Ankush Kumar, and it will just be a single. So a good bit of work from Kumar at third man. And it's just 1 run, and well, that's not going to help them. They've got a matter of seconds to get through this. They've got 30 seconds to my watch. Could be close here. Up in the air, opportunity again. Rahman underneath there and takes it. So the wicket goes, so that'll probably help them in their case of not encountering any penalty runs. Now Gulshan Singh has to go, and another wicket goes. The 5th wicket to 424 for 5. And a good afternoon, good evening to Kitty. Hope you're well, enjoying the cricket here. And I think that they've got through that over just in time by the skin of their teeth. And it's going to be Nitin Kamboj to bowl this final over. He went for 15 off of his first over, but he's got an opportunity now as the new batsman makes his way out to the crease. Amadullah got a big opportunity here to make a name for himself. Hardeep Singh on strike though. He's seeing it pretty well. 16 off 6 for him. And there's going to be Nitin Kamboj here in the 10th. And he starts with a wicket. So Kamboj finally gets the wicket that he wanted. Hardeep Singh swinging and swinging from the hip. But this finds the outside edge, and it's another catch for Kuldeep Galea. But the wicket goes. now 124 for 6. And well, technically, they're on a team hat-trick here as the new batsman makes his way out to the middle. This is a team hat-trick opportunity, obviously not a registered hat-trick, but it would be nice to see Mandeep Singh on strike. Oh, it's a no ball, and Kamboj not getting this one right, and they'll come through for the leg bye. So this will be a free hit, signalled by Gerthus Tazen. He's been pretty much on the ball with the front foot no balls, and Kamboj has got another opportunity here. It's a free hit. And it's going to be given as wide. Have to bowl that one again. So the free hit gets another opportunity. And that certainly is a good call. Gerthus Tazen wasn't able to quite see. That's why I had to lean over, but it was a good call. And it's another free hit. And this is going to fly away, and this will go the distance. This will run away down the hill. Ankush Kumar unable to get there, and it's another boundary. It's another 4 runs here. So he got the wicket, did Kamboj. However, he still conceded 7 off of this over so far. Good death bowling, and they're going to squeeze through, and they will come through for a single. Good running from Mandeep Singh. He called him through early, and Amandeep Ullah was up for it as well. He was calling him through as well, and he ends up getting in pretty safely. This is right off the splice of the bat, and he slips, and well, it was still happening. It was a game of chicken, really. Mandeep Singh was just saying, well, I'm just going to scamper through. Nitin Kamboj was scrambling through to try and collect the ball and come through for the throw as a direct hit, and eventually it's just a single. Two deliveries remaining. Kamboj. Good delivery again. And Mandeep Singh. Correction. Ullah tries to play this into the leg side, but isn't able to do so. I can tell you, even at the hour of 8:15, it's still a scorcher here at the moment. 31 degrees. They will get a bit of bat on this, and they'll come through comfortably for the single. They won't go for the second. They won't bother. But the damage may already be done, and I think we're going to be on for a very exciting chase. Gorka 11 finish on 134 for 6 after their 10 overs, setting Gamblers SC 135 for victory. But it's all down to the hitting of a few men in this innings. As we take a look at the highlights from the first innings of match number 25. And well, it all started off with the main man of the hour, Suman Gimadi, 53 off of 26 deliveries. But Imran Khan was the one who went early, and he was 24 off of just 9 deliveries. That certainly helped. This flew away over the boundary. 1-4, 3 sixes for Imran Khan. Some exquisite hitting through the offside. And then it brought Rao Kumar. He was 11 off of 6, but exceptional hitting from Imran Khan as he continues here in the highlights package. And then Parveen Singh got the man. It was caught, and it was a good catch by Ankush Kumar at point. Didn't really have to move much. And then, well, that was Suman Gimadi, and he got off to a little bit of a slow start, but he was gifted an opportunity there, and boy, did it make it count. When he was opportunity to get Ankush Kumar, but that one ended up missing out. And then Ankush Kumar punished Sunil Kumar for a 6 into the leg side, but Sunil Kumar was the last one laughing as this one skipped through and just clipped the off stump. And there wasn't much that Klaul Kumar could do. And it wasn't much of a celebration, but Sunny continued, and it wasn't the over for him, as he ended up getting thumped all over the ground by Suman Gimidi. He finished with figures of 1 for 25 off of his single over. And then Jay Prakash was the serious pick of the bowlers. 2 overs for him, but he picked up 2 crucial wickets. He got Mandeep Maul with an exceptional delivery, but he also got, or eventually got, the wicket of Suman Gimidi. Not before. There were some big, beautiful shots, glamorous shots through the offside. Exquisite timing, not just power here on the European Cricket Network. And that was one of them. Suman Gimidi looking in fine form. And well, the first time was so nice, he just had to go ahead and do it twice. Again, punched into the offside, and this time into the leg side. And that was the way that he brought his 50 up, a flat 6 into the square leg side boundary. And Hardeep Singh came in, and he went from the off. He wanted to get a piece of the action, a piece of the cake. He went 16 off of 7, 2 60s for him. But he ended up going, and he was bowled by Nitin Kamboj in that final over. He was caught behind. But Jay Prakash getting the wicket for Suman Gimidi, and that brought an end to an outstanding innings from the opener. Once again, reaching that half century. That's his 3rd in this tournament now. And then Devander Mella came on, and he got a bit of Tabahasbi. Said he went for 13, but he got the wicket. That wasn't one of them, though. It burst through the hands of Amandeep Kokar. And eventually, he got the wicket. And it also won't be that one, as Hardeep Singh went big into the leg side. Once again, sitting deep in his crease. We've seen many times here in Portugal. It's what a lot of the batsmen have been trying to do. Eventually, he got his man. It was a good catch by Sayyida Rahman down at long on, which brought Mandeep Singh into the middle. And Hardeep Singh, he ended up getting caught behind off the bowling of Nitin Kamboj. Mixed day for the openers again. 1 wicket apiece, but going for runs. 25 for 1 off of his 2 overs was Parveen Singh, and Nitin Kamboj 23 for 1 off of his 2 overs. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back in around about 7 minutes or so for the response, as the Gamblers SC require 135 a victory here on the European Cricket Network. A very warm welcome back to a not so sunny, more in the evening time now. Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo here in Coimbra. And you join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network for the second innings, the chase of match number 25 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. And what a game we have on our hands. Gorka 11 finishing on 134 for 6 off of their 10 overs. And they've set the GSC 135 for victory off 60 deliveries. Already a run rate going at more than doable. And what a game this could be. First takes on second, and if second can get a victory here, they won't jump into first, but they will certainly close the gap, as a victory here would take Gorka to 16 points with the game in hand. And then they play the Coimbra Knights tomorrow, so a victory against the Gamblers here and a victory against the Coimbra Knights tomorrow could put them level on points. But they've still got a dangerous batting unit of the Gamblers SC to take on here, and it's Hardeep Singh to get us underway. And it starts with a flashy edge, but it's well fielded by Manjeet Singh, and they'll come through, and it's just a single, and they're off the mark straight away. It's a no ball. Hardeep Singh for front foot. And it's a free hit. Gertu Stazen's been very, very tight on these no balls for the front ball. Front foot even. Take another look. And it certainly was in front. So it's an early opportunity for Kokar to go big. He's got a new opportunity, risk-free. And it's going to be a wide down the offside. So once again, we're seeing a no ball free hit go for a wide. So it's another free hit and another opportunity for Kokar. And this time misses out, and it will be a legal delivery. So good bowling from Hardeep Singh. He's done it in pressure moments for Gorka, winning that golden ball against the Coimbra Knights a few evenings ago. And that just showing that these teams are all pretty evenly matched. One team on their day can beat anyone. And it's certainly close games here in Portugal. Full toss into the offside, and there's going to be a mix-up. It's a race. Oh dear. Not the sort of cricket we've come to get used to here in Portugal. It was a race to the non-strikers end, and he just wondered if he set himself and got a good look at it, then it would have been a different story. But Raul Kumar messing this one up completely. It was a race and then had a go, and he ended up missing it completely. So it's a single. And Kokar is off the mark. And Golia squeezes this into the onside. And they come through for yet again another single. And a good evening to everybody watching around the world, tuning in on our YouTube channel or on FanCode in India. It's a huge privilege to be bringing you the commentary here in Portugal. Myself, Charlie Hunt, alone in the comms box this evening. And a huge thank you for tuning in and for your continued support. Hardeep Singh bowling pretty well here in his first over. That's coming off the pad, and it'll be another leg by. But it's good bowling nonetheless from Hardeep Singh here. Hardeep Singh, he's been a good talent here for Gorka 11. Well, that's not going to help us. It could. There's a man there, and he's been put down. The opportunity goes astray, and that was a big opportunity to remove an informed batsman early on. It's a full task. Galea trying to go big into the offside, but it's put down. And it brings us to the close of an eventful over at the end of the first. Gamblers 7 for none. So that was put down by Amandeep Guman out in the deep. He's normally pretty safe with his hands, but a big, big opportunity goes missing. And we're now going to see Mandeep Singh this is a wide to start for Mandeep Singh, and in classic European fashion, there was a nick on this one, but I think we're just going to go upstairs to see if it's carried. It certainly was an outside edge. Has it carried? No, it hasn't. So it's going to be a dot ball, and Galea survives yet again. Mandeep Singh getting an early opportunity with the ball, almost paying off. Lights in full effect here in Portugal. It's another wild swing, and I tell you what, it's not the first time we've seen this, but Kuldeep Galea, when he has a bit of a chase on his hands, he just seems to panic very early on. Faces a few dot balls and tends to really build pressure on himself more than anything. And he just puts himself under a mountain of pressure. That will help the confidence. It's a good hand by the cover fielder, and it'll just be a single. Good work in the covers by, I think that's Rahul Kumar. Brings Kokad on strike. He's 1 off 4. He's also chewed a few dot balls himself. And that's going to come off, and they will come through for yet again another run. This is off the leg pad of Kokad, and it's another single. Already behind the run rate, creeping up towards 15 and over. Already here in the second. Well, that's certainly going to help his innings. It's not quite timed, but I think it is going to go for a boundary, and it will. So not the most confident of strikes from Galea, but it will certainly help, as it's 4 runs, and it's the first boundary of the chase here for the GSC. Bhushan Singh, we saw this many a time, he now comes up to stand up to the stumps, obviously wearing a helmet, and I can update you on Andy, the keeper for Cornbury Knights, Andy Malkin. He's doing okay. This is into the leg side for a really quick single, takes on the arm. Quick single, but he was taken away to the medical centre just to be given a few checks. Obviously he's got a bit of a bruised eye, but he's okay. He was talking, he was communicating, so he's doing okay. He's just been taken for concussion checks in the precautionary. All the right precautions being taken here, and at the end of the second, Gamblers 15 for none. Already falling behind the rate. And Hardeep Singh is going to bowl out his allotment of overs. So interesting move here. He went just for the 6 off his first ball, off his first over. And here at the Stadium Municipal de Mananda do Cordoba, tensions are certainly rising, as it's already up to 15 and over now. And once again, Kuldeep Galea taking a big, big swipe into the leg side. And just proving again that whenever he has a bit of a target to chase that's not as simple as an 80 or a 90, this total being 135, not an easy chase. Just seems to crumble under pressure a little bit. And this is going to run away and should be cut off. Manjeet Singh, we're going to have to take another look at that one. I think if I saw that correctly, I don't know if I did. I'll take another look as it comes off the pad. It runs down the hill. Don't know if he had a leg over the boundary when he took this second one. That's 4. That will be 4 runs, and it should be 4, as his foot was over the boundary when he stopped that. So that should be overturned to 4, and it will be. So it's called by Gert Oosthuizen, and good work from Suleiman Saeed on the TV umpiring there. This time into the offside, and Amandeep Guman will keep this to just a single. Deep Kokard goes for a big swing. He's chewing up deliveries here. 1 off 6 now. Not quite seeing it the way he should be hoping to. Hardeep Singh pulls up on this one, so he's going to have to do that all over again. This has been a good over so far, just 1 run off it, and obviously the leg buys. 1 runner going against his name. And Kokard again missing out, but this one judged a wide. Gert Oosthuizen. So Hardeep Singh just struggled with his line there, strayed a bit too far for Gert Oosthuizen's liking. Back on the money, and another opportunity out in the deep. And this time it's taken. Amandeep Guman snatches onto this one. And Hardeep Singh gets to a wicket that you feel might be a bit deserved. Gorkha 11 looking strong here. And Amandeep Kokard has to go for just 1 run. And the first wicket falls. Gamblers SC 21 for 1. So the ever dangerous Ankush Kumar now comes to the crease, and he's got a serious mountain to climb here. Already at 16, or just under 16 and over now. 15.9 required. 114 off of just 43 deliveries. You just think if Gorkha 11 can keep the next 2 overs or over and a half quiet, then the game is almost out of the reach of the GSC, and it's 2 vital points if they can get there for Gorkha 11. So final delivery of this over, final delivery of Hardeep Singh's spell, and it's Ankush Kumar. And he lets this one flow through. A good over from Hardeep Singh, 6 off it, getting the wicket. And at the end of the third, at the end of the power play, Gamblers 21 for 1. So at the end of their power play, Gorkha 11 were 40 for 1. So already a fair distance behind, 19 runs behind. There's a big, big mountain to climb. And there we go, confirmation, first versus second. A victory here for Gorkha 11 would put them on 16 points. And 16 points with a game in hand against Coimbra Knights tomorrow. You'd have to say that they really are looking promising here. And Suman Gimidi is going to be coming into the attack with a bit of right arm offie. And Golia drags this into the leg side, and it's just a single. So Suman Gimini into the attack. He's had an interesting time. He obviously lost the golden ball against the Lisbon Capitals. This is short, and this is going to evade the man. And not even Mandeep Moore can cut that off, and it's a short dart from Suman Gimini. Gets this one wrong, and Ankush Kumar pounces, and he gets off the mark with a boundary. Big swing from Ankush Kumar. It's a wide ball from umpire Buck Stoneman. But it's a wide ball nonetheless. Darted and pounced on by Kumar. This sails over the boundary, and it says Carreras. And that is the first maximum. And Suman Gimini is being given a bit of tap in his first over. 6 runs to the total. And he's gone again. It's a big opportunity. Will they get there? They won't. It splits the two fielders almost perfectly. And Ankush Kumar gets an early life. He picked this right area of the field to hit it to. And he didn't middle it, and luckily so for him. And Kuldeep Galia has gone again big into the leg side, but once again falls short of the incoming Imran Khan. And Suman Gimini, luck just not going his way at this point. Well, he's hit this one flat and hard, and this is going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs. And a good shot from Ankush Kumar. And Suman Gimini, not the over that he would have wanted, with 22 runs coming off it. And that's the big over that Gamblers needed. And at the end of the 4th, Gamblers 39 for 1. So as I mentioned previously, these games will all be starting 2 hours later than normal on a Monday on the European Cricket Network for a FanCode European Cricket Series tournament. So RSG Dresden in match number 1 will be taking on Victoria Berlin, and that will be at 8:30 GMT, 10:30 Central European Summertime, and 2 o'clock Indian Summertime. But then in matches 3 and 4, we'll see Carrera Combans taking on Magdeburg, and there are going to be some excellent cricket on show in Germany. Germany, an excellent cricketing nation. And I'm certainly looking forward to tuning into that, and I will be. Rico and Tyrone will be taking you through that. But Mandeep Moore is into the attack here in Portugal. This has gone high. It's going to take some catching, and he takes it. And that's a big, big catch. And Kuldeep Galia never looked comfortable at the crease, it has to be said. And it's that man, Amandeep Guman. He takes another catch. Gamblers 39 for 2. So the left-handed Parveen Singh makes his way out to the crease now. And boys, he got another huge mountain to climb. Not the evening that he really would have expected from himself with the ball. Going for a fair few runs in both matches. He's facing Mandeep Moore, who's taken a wicket with his first delivery. Parveen Singh. Oh, we've seen him go pretty big off the first delivery. We've seen him hit a 6 off the first ball quite a few times, and they'll certainly take that here. 1 for none off of 1 delivery here. Exceptional start. Can he continue? Parveen Singh just drags this into the onside. Gets off the mark with a single. He's not happy with himself though. Feels as if he missed out. It's the first runs off the bat for him. Well, Kuldeep Galia, not what he would have been expecting from himself, fair to say. 12 off 14, only the 1 boundary. Just goes to show that when there is a little bit of a big target being placed in front of him, he just puts too much pressure on himself, really. And this one is almost a perfect Yorker, but good enough that Kumar misses out, and he feels as if he's missed out there. He was looking to go big into the onside. We've seen him do it time and time again. He's cleared the rope a tremendous 23 times now in this tournament. Slower ball. Well, make that 24 as that sails into the onside. Seis corridas. And Ankush Kumar into the 20s, and he keeps Gamblers SC hopes alive. Dragged into the onside again. Kumar gets a single. Parveen Singh just has to check himself. Could be close here. And I think he's gone. That's excellent work by Suman Gimidi. If there's ever a man you don't take on, it's Suman Gimidi, and Ankush Kumar is furious. He is furious with Parveen Singh, and that's excellent work from Lushan Singh to get to the stumps, keep his composure, and take the bails off, well, take the stump out of the ground, really. And Ankush Kumar has to go for 22 off of 9. And another wicket goes, and you just wonder, that might be the game. Gamblers, 8, now sat at 47 for 3. And what a time for the skipper to make his way out to the crease. Jitesh Kumar Barkadishna hasn't had a big score in this tournament. He's coming in at number 5. And he's got a huge job to do alongside Parveen Singh. And at the halfway stage, 47 for 3. And at this point, Gorka 11 after 5 was 77 for 2. So they're 30 runs ahead. 30 runs ahead. And you just have to say that you just feel that 88 off of 31 is a big, big ask. All it takes is one big over and they're back in it. It's going to need to come sooner rather than later. Suman Gimini is going to continue here. This is off the layer, the pad, and they'll come through it. Well, it could have been close if there was a direct hit. Just ambling through for a single again. I've been seeing, you just wonder, being screamed at by his teammate would have knocked his confidence a little bit. Big swing from Jitesh Kumar Barkadishna. First delivery he's faced and unable to connect. This is another one. And Barkadishna, this is another dot ball. Second on the trot for Suman Gimidi. Balkrishna just doesn't look comfortable at the crease at the moment. Suman Gimidi proving to be a little bit too much, really. And yet again, there's an appeal. I didn't certainly hear anything, but this is proving to be outstanding from Suman Gimli. What a comeback after going for 18 in his first over. He's really proving too much here. And once again, an exceptional over from Suman Gimli. One leg by coming from it, and then 5 dot balls. And at the end of the 6th, Gamblers SC 48 for 3. So, Padavin Singh came in at number 4. He's 1 off 3. He's really got to go here. It's got to be this over, you feel, here in the 7th over now. It's got to be now. It's now or never, really, for these two, or for Gamblers SC, rather. Mandeep Maul is going to continue here. 1 for 8 off of his first over. And there is going to be a pause in play, just due to a technical issue, but we're back underway. 48 for 3 after 6. Balkrishna 5 dot balls to start. Well, that's a 6th dot ball on the trot. Gorkha 11 are right on top in this encounter between Gorkha 11 and Gamblers SC. And it's another one. Make that 7. 77 on his back, and that's the 7th dot ball on the trot now. This has gone high in the air. It will take some catching. The keeper's underneath it, and it's been put down. Well, he got there. He did the hard work. Well, there could be buzzers here. It's all happening. They come through for another run. It's 3 off the delivery. Rushan Singh, well, he put a great dive in there. He got there, but it just didn't stick. It popped out of the gloves. And it's 3 to the total. You take another look here at the replay. It goes so high, and in these lights, it's not easy here in the evening. Rushan Singh did so well to watch it all the way. And then, well, Madhurka Thapa just took a bit of a relaxed seeing to this one. But Krishna yet to get off the mark. He's faced 5 deliveries here. Good afternoon to Kitty and Wazza as well. Thank you for keeping me company in the chat. There's an appeal. And it's not out. So, oh, I think they're celebrating, but I don't. It has been given. They were just checking to see if it carried. And Balkrishna has to go for a 6-ball duck. And the skipper, you just have to question whether bringing him in now was the right idea. So the game is almost out of their hands, really. It's at 24 and over now. But Balkrishna has to go. And the new man comes out, and it's almost a little bit too late, really. And Kitty's saying she's watching with her daughters. Well, let us know her names, and I'll give them a shout out. I think they're enjoying the cricket. I'm sure you're explaining what's going on. So the new batsman makes his way out to the crease, and he's got an almost impossible task. 84 off 20 now. Going to need a miracle here, are the GSE, if they're going to make it 2 from 2 this evening. And Devander Mella unable to get this away, and it's another dot ball. In this last over, it's just not really gone Gambler's way. This is hit well into the onside, and it should just be 1. They come back for the second. Well, that's good running in the end. They come back for the second and they finish the over with 2 runs, so 5 off it. At the end of the 7th, Gamblers 53 for 4. And well, in the last 12 deliveries, 9 dot balls. If you include the wicket, 8 if you don't include the wicket as a dot ball. Just been really, really struggling here with the bat in hand, and just haven't really looked to push on. Obviously, just goes to show that there is a weakness in the GSC lineup. If you can get early wickets, if you can get Kuldeep Galea and Ankush Kumar, and obviously Rao Imran if he's playing, if you can get all 3 of them early, you can really give yourself a real opportunity, just like Gorka have done here. And a huge shout out to Skylar and Emma watching along with their mum. A very good afternoon to you. Hope you're all well. Hope you're enjoying what you're viewing at the moment. And I'm glad to see that you're learning about the game, as Parveen Singh is into the leg side, and this will just be another single. And obviously, due to the later start times, we're getting much more cricket under the lights, certainly taking more of an effect. Again, good afternoon to Skylar and Emma. Hope you're all well. And thank you for ever so much for tuning in as Commands into the attack, and this just whizzes past the outside edge of Devander Mela. $82 off of now 17. Well, that's gone high in the air. I think it might have the legs to go all the way. Oh, that's almost an outstanding catch. Rao Kumar did a great effort from him. He got a hand on it, but he just wasn't able to keep it in the field of play. And Devander Mela gets a much needed boundary, and it's 6 runs. It's a great effort nonetheless. This time just into the offside for a single, captured by Manjit Singh, and it's just the 1 run. But you can really see that the light's in full effect now here in Miranda do Corvo, el Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo in Coimbra. You can see at this stage they were 50 runs ahead, so this game is all but over really. And well, deliveries like that might help. This could run away towards the boundary. It's a good bit of work this time. Manjit Singh keeps all of his body in the field of play and also prevents it from going for a boundary. It's all wide down the leg side. Parveen Singh, this has gone high, but it's put down. Put down by Ahmadullah, and Parveen Singh lives another day. Went just so high, and he just couldn't quite keep it. That's going to be another wide down the leg side. And at the moment, it looks as if Gorka 11 are going to close the gap on the GSC at the top of this table. Just spices things up here in Portugal. That's a big swing from Parveen Singh, and isn't able to quite get us a big finish towards the end of the over, but a tidy over nonetheless from Guman. Many apologies as technology has failed us here, and we are just having a few technical issues with the score. Many apologies. I do apologise, but it gives me an opportunity to say a huge thank you to everybody involved with the broadcast and around the ground today. So a huge thank you to the blue crew here on the ground: Maxi, Shub, Suleiman Saeed alongside myself and Miguel Stoneman on the scoreboard. And then a huge thank you to Buck Stoneman and Gert Oosthuizen as well for the umpiring that they've done. But also a huge thank you to those involved with the production of this broadcast. So to Domagoy, to Ian and to Daniel, a huge thank you to all three of you. Your hard work is always appreciated. And a huge thank you to Barry and Nina for hosting us here as we carry on into the 9th. And we start with a wide outside the offside. And this is another wide from Mandeep Singh. So Mandeep Singh continuing here, yet to bowl a legal delivery. Well, that will, but it's going to go all the way for a boundary, but you feel it's a little bit too late from the GSC. But in their case, they'll say better late than never, as they're going to try and minimise the hit on their net run rate as this runs away. 4 runs for De Van der Melle. And this whizzes past the outside off, the outside edge, and Mello's furious with himself. He's missed out on a few on the cut shot. He's unable to get this one away again, and it's another dot ball, but a good comeback from Mandeep Singh. This one stays low, and a good take from Rushan Singh, who again has been outstanding with the gloves on as well this game. And what a game it's been. Outstanding hitting at the start from Gorka 11, and they've just been on top in the field. Slower delivery, and I think this might have clipped something on the way through. A bit of pad. And it's not a wide, so it's a dot ball. And this is flashed away, and what a lovely shot. And it sails past the on-watching production member, Omagoi, but he has no interest. And it's another boundary. 4 runs to the total, and it's De Van der Melle with the shot. So Mandeep Singh's got 1 delivery left in this. It's a dot ball. And the reason was because his shoelaces are untied. Well, there you go. Even in a close contest between first and second, still a good sense of camaraderie out here in Portugal, here in Miranda do Corvo. And a good comeback from Mandeep Singh. So an interesting over from him. 10 off it. And at the end of the 9th, Gambler 77 for 4. So that is the game wrapped up. There will be 1 more over to come, but 58 runs required off this final over. But it gives me an opportunity to let you know what's coming up tomorrow during the day and night here in Portugal. Round 12. Day-night 12 out of 14 of the round robin. So Marlow Colanas, they'll be coming back. They take on Lisbon Capitals, who are still sitting bottom of the table, and they'll be looking to try and take over from Coimbra Knights, but they'll be back in action in match number 28. And, well, you can see there, beautiful pictures brought to you from the production crew just of what is going on here at the moment, and that's where we're playing cricket. Beautiful to be here, and it's an absolute pleasure to be bringing you the commentary. But we're ready to get underway, and it's going to be Manjeet Singh to bowl the final over here in match number 25. Good start from Manjeet Singh, and a good bit of glove work from Rushan Singh, but also a huge thanks to everybody in the YouTube chat for keeping me company today. Much appreciated, all your thoughts and questions and queries. He lets this one through, and this could go all the way, and it will. So it's going to be given as 4 byes. Rushan Singh, just a moment of a lapse in concentration.
अभी भी
within
tight
the
है,
wide
अभी
line. So
थोड़ा
good
control करके
call from Buck Stoneman. This has gone high in the air, but it's not gone anywhere. And it's a simple catch for Manjeet Singh. It's another wicket for him. And Pardaveen Singh has to go. He came in pretty early on, but he just wasn't able to get going. So wickets tumbling all around. But he has to go for 7 off 12. And the 5th wicket falls here in the 10th over. 81 for 5. So the new man comes out to the crease. It's a man we've very rarely seen in action. Nitin Kamboj is going to get an opportunity here in the 10th over. And what a picture that is, with Kamboj making his way out. And the left-hander of Nitin Kamboj comes out. He's got 3 deliveries to negotiate. And Kamboj is fed a wide delivery, and it is a wide, but unable to get anything on this one. So still three deliveries remaining in the final over here. But do join us tomorrow for more T10 action as the European Cricket Series begins in Dresden with Rico Full, who's alongside Tyrone Peters in the commentary box for the series out in Dresden over the next 2 weeks. And I wish them all the best, and all the crew out in Dresden, I wish them all the best as well, as Manjeet Singh continues here. This is into the offside. Chases on for Al Kumar, and it'll come round and it'll just be a single. And it's going to be another wide, so Singh followed Kamboj across, but really was a little bit too wide, and it is signalled as a wide by umpire Bucks. There's still 2 deliveries remaining. And into the leg side. That's a lovely shot from Nitin Kamboj, and that's gone all the way, and it says Correidas. So that will certainly take a little bit off the edge for the gamblers. Will just be a bit of a moment in glory for Nitin Kamboj. That's his first legal delivery that he's faced. And he gets a nice juicy half tracker to Gundy ball, and he gets treated with the respect it's deserved. Final delivery. And they'll come through, and it will be a bye to finish. But it brings a conclusion to match 25, and it's a very convincing win for the Gorkha 11. They take victory by 42 runs here against the #1 side in this tournament so far, Gamblers SC, and that certainly will spice things up in the standings. But handshakes all round, but again, outstanding performance from Gorkha 11, both with ball in hand but also bat in hand, setting 135 for victory. Just proved to be too much, and that brought us to the end of an exciting match 25. But we take a look at the highlights of the chase, and Kuldeep Galea never looked like he was really comfortable. That was his only boundary for him, and he ended up with 12 off of just 14, well, off of 14 deliveries. Well, that came off the pads, and that flew all the way. Manjeet Singh managed to get a boot, but his left leg was over the boundary. And that was the wicket to fall, and it brought Ankush Kumar, and he was looking pretty comfortable. 22 off of 8 deliveries. He ended up with 2 4s and 2 6s to his name. And when he took a liking to Suman Gimini's first over, he ended up with decent figures off of his 2 overs. Suman Gimini, none for 18. Parveen Singh, he came in and he just couldn't really get going with the bat. He didn't get any boundaries, but he ran out probably the most important player, Ankush Kumar. And then, well, that was Balkrishna. He came in at number 5. No runs off of 6 deliveries, a 6-ball duck. And then, well, the light started to fade and we came into night time. And that was a lovely shot. It was a great attempt from Rahul Kumar on the boundary, but it was unable to keep that one in. And that one sailed over for 6 runs. And Devendra Mela and with 18 off of 12. And Parveen Singh going into the leg side. But once again, a huge thank you to everybody for tuning in and around the world, as this ends up being a convincing victory for Gorkha 11. Gamblers still haven't got a victory against Gorkha 11 as well. That was a pretty simple caught and bowl for Manjeet Singh. He got a wicket from Parveen Singh, and then, well, there's a bit of a sugar on the serving as Nitin Kamboj managed to hit his first legal delivery all the way for 6 runs into the leg side, but it was a little bit too late, and Gorkha 11, they took victory by 42 runs. But a huge thank you for everybody here and on the YouTube chat. Many appreciations for all of your work and all of your viewings and all of your inputs. But we'll be back again tomorrow, so do tune in tomorrow evening as you're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. Good night.